awesome. Come on. Right back.
That's how you deal with children, right?
Did you end up not working?
Well, ironically, we did put them in their pens.
The cauliflower was.
I just imagine dog kennels as scary ones.
No.
There was
Not
a lot of
this week.
black on the inside of it.
Not this week. That was last week.
Yeah.
I hate that my lights are yellow right now. I really hate that.
Yeah, next time I might be.
John dip.
It just depends on if there's other food on it.
Sorry, I have so many lights. I'm trying to.
I don't think there's much.
It's a little bit better, but
I'm
it's
kind of
yellow.
A minute to find another USB cable. Fuck is it?
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm gonna do here.
What?
Your presses.
Well, I've never had them. Shit.
He can't find a cable.
What is this? I don't care. I don't care anymore, Aaron. Our audio is on, by the way.
Charlie and Grace, good night. Ryder, good night.
Oh no, you can hear my kids screaming.
The souls in your basement.
Welcome, everybody. This is ZealZaddy. I'm Scott Coventry. I'm the DM and storyteller of Mysts of Elixia. I'm super happy that you're here with us tonight. We've had 2 weeks off. We were off for Thanksgiving, and I hope everybody got recharged, ate too much. I'm kind of hoping everybody didn't see all their family, but, that's, neither here nor there. I hope everybody stayed safe. This is Season 1, Episode 10, titled Artists' Passions in Gray Chalk and Ash. We play every Saturday at 8:30. That's Eastern Time, by the way. And we can be followed everywhere at /ZealZaddy. So that would be Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Patreon. Not on Discord, but if you go down below in the About section, you can click on the Discord button, and it'll take you to Discord. You can get in that way. We have 4 amazing players that I'm super excited to let them introduce themselves to you. A couple of them do some publishing of their own, and if they want to talk about it, it's a free forum for them. So let me bring everyone on. Everyone is on. All right, so why don't we start top and go to the bottom. So Morgan, you want to intro yourself?
What's up, everybody? Actually, make sure, yeah, I'm on. I was making sure my mic was on. What's up, everybody? I am Morgan. I am the founder of Mind Played Mondays. You can check us out at mindplaymondays.com. We run games for people who are looking for a professional DM. So please check it out. As Scott said, I also create stuff for the DMs Guild. So we have the Children of Tiamat, Wand Slingers, new type of gunslinger subclasses, and recently just did a Way of the Eternal Mind, which is a psionic monk. And besides that, I also do t-shirts that you can find on Amazon. And I'm just, as always, super excited to be with these people. You people. To play some D&D tonight. So I play Vezrin, who is the official mage of the group.
All right, let's go to Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I play Caradwyn Sagewind, who's the Valor Bard in the group. She's kind of new, but I'm having lots of fun with these guys. I DM my own sort of D&D show. We're called Dungeon Damsels. You can check us out on YouTube or on podcasts, and just a lot of good fun.
All right, let's go to Brandon.
Hi, I'm Brandon, and I play Morcant von Amstel, the cleric of the group.
He's more than a cleric. He's a sage in this place.
I don't know that that's the correct answer, but yes.
It is, because you keep a lot of notes. All right,
I think
Dylan.
everyone keeps pretty good notes.
Yeah, I'm actually a little nervous about that. There's so many notes, it's scaring me. And my desk is full of paper that I have not all compiled where they're supposed to be yet.
My desk is just full of dice. Hello, everyone. I am Dylan. I play Eslo, the Dragonborn Barbarian. I am also a publisher, although I haven't published much. I have a small subclass out on DM's Guild called Ranger Dragon Hunter Conclave. It's free, so you can go pick it up if you want. It's just 2 pages worth. You can always buy me a coffee, though. They're on a couple dollars. Looking
Nice.
forward to this evening.
Me too. 2 weeks off is too long. Makes me crazy. All right. Anybody want to do a recap?
Roll a
Anybody wanna
d4.
volunteer? All right. Let's see. All right, Morgan, I'm going to throw it on you. Can you do a recap?
been 2 weeks.
It's been 2 weeks. Maybe it'll be collective tonight. 2 weeks
Yeah, I think it
is
should be
enough for everybody
collective.
to collectively compose it.
I mean, so we chased after the person that was, hammering on the stone in the middle of the town.
Yep.
Followed her down. It ended up being a woman. We followed her down several alleys. Barely was able to keep up with her. After breaking in a couple doors, we actually found out which house was hers. Upon entering, Eslo was stabbed with a knife. Not severely injured, but it tickled. At which point we were able to settle the situation down. Found out that this woman didn't even know that she was out there until we yelled at her. That something had possessed her, pretty much. And after talking to her, she was fidgeting, really panicky. We had a little bit of a dispute amongst ourselves about how we should approach dealing with her. At which point, Vezran took a strange magic coin off the table, stepped outside to get some fresh air and collect his thoughts, while the rest of the party dived further into investigating her place. We found out that she was a woodworker, and she was crafting some strange vines for a patron that she really could not remember. Vines that look very similar to the symbol that we've been trailing for the last few sessions. At which point we realized that she was basically under duress and didn't even realize it because she hasn't eaten in a very long time, or since the festival. She hasn't been eating or drinking a whole lot. Was malnourished. We sent her with our good Morkant cleric friend here to the Soul, where we provided her room so she could hopefully get a good night's rest for once. And the rest of us went to the tavern. In the morning, we found Dwyn here playing her instrument, who put us to sleep. Not really. And then we met up with Morkant, and at which point we actually found out that the lady had returned home. So while dealing with that, we decided to start investigating some of the other artists in the district. Eslov stayed there with the woman, and after we left, he destroyed the woodwork that she did and incurred the wrath of some strange individual who came in and put a magical barrier up, preventing the rest of us from coming in, as he fireballed the hell out of Eslov, nearly killing him. And we had a little bit of a fight. Morkant and Vezran argued about the approach to things. And I want to say it's pretty much where we left off, where we're trying to figure out what we're going to do or how we're going to deal with the stuff. We kind of collected the artist and all the stuff that they've been working on and put it in one location.
Well, you're getting ready to put it in one location. You've gathered it on. You're getting it gathered to onto a cart to take it to a guard tower.
Cart to get the stuff.
Yes, and it's kind of where we left off.
That is where you left off, and then you leveled up.
And then we leveled up. Yes, and now we're all level 3.
Yeah.
Yep. So this cart, after a little while, arrives. And they start bringing it through the alley, not through the alleyway, through the street. And they start gathering up the materials, but they're not really sure what to take, so they're kind of just taking whatever they see that looks like art.
Yeah.
Could we have told them anything that looks like divine stuff?
Yeah, you
could.
Yeah.
Like not all their stuff, just the things that seem to be like what these artists are particularly focused on right now, related to the vines.
Yeah, and they'll do that.
And are we like sort of monitoring this as well? Like,
that's a good question.
I'd say that would be a good idea.
Yeah, I
Morkant?
think it'd be good to monitor what they're doing.
I'm still at the Soul, right?
I think you were injured because you were still recovering.
Yeah.
Oh, one other thing is,
Well,
I did some of my
He
familiar.
was drinking coffee.
That's
He was drinking a lot of coffee.
He was. And
Who
they
was?
They did do healing on you.
I wasn't drinking any coffee. I was in that before.
And if I remember correctly, you were faking sleeping a little bit too.
Probably.
Morkant, do you perhaps, I know me and you have had a little bit of dispute recently, but do you perhaps think we could get some of the fellow clergy to help monitor the art being transported, to fill them in with just the amount of detail that they need, to help ensure that not everything is taken from these artists who work so hard.
It doesn't hurt to ask. I'll go inquire, but they do have a lot of children under their care right now, so it might be difficult. But I'll see what they can spare.
Understood. I just see the more help, the better. Perhaps nothing will get left without us knowing, you know? It's a
Oh,
lot
I
for us to
completely,
learn.
And
I completely agree, but the children are our first priority.
yeah,
I
actually,
agree.
when you ask, they'll say, get some of the fishermen. They're strong and they can help with that. And at this time of the season, they don't have a lot to do.
It's true. We could go ask him. I think it might be best if we had some, like, just people gathering things, and then, well, how many houses are there, and how many pieces of art are we talking about? Because we could theoretically just have sort of like a checkpoint where we have one of us look at it, and then we can sort of determine if this is a piece that's potentially dangerous versus a benign piece.
I think it's more important for one of us to go through the studios afterwards to make sure nothing was left behind. I'd rather take too much than not enough.
What's true?
That's
Better,
good work.
better be careful in this sort of situation since we didn't have a lot of information.
Yeah.
Also, upon further reviewing of my magical tome, I do believe I might have a spell that will let me possibly learn more about those coins. I just need to take some time to sit down and memorize it. Actually, I don't even think I have to. I think I might be able to do it as a ritual.
While you take care of that, I'm going to help the carts and look through the studios one last time to make sure we get everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be doing the same thing.
So you're going with Morkant?
Yeah.
And Dylan, you are recovered from the healing spells. You may
Wanna
be
go
tired.
fishing?
What?
I want to go fishing.
You earned it.
You got to be careful here. The fish are crazy.
They have arms.
I don't know if he really cares.
Perhaps I'll accompany you and just let you not interrupt you, but at least that way you're not by yourself unless you prefer to be by yourself.
Are you here? Are you?
I mean, could be. I mean, I figured I'm working on this stuff if you're getting up. They're off doing something, and I was getting ready to do some magical stuff, but I don't think any of us would want to leave you alone after you've been injured like that.
Okay, so you're hanging around.
And
I guess.
while you're talking to him, you see a little reddish bird flap up onto his shoulder.
Who's his?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess you start to see me get up and start to leave.
That's lovely. You okay?
Yes. I'm feeling well, at least physically.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to tack along just to make sure if that person has any ill intentions towards you, you're not alone. I won't disturb you if you wish to just have a moment of silence, but I just would like to be there in case you need backup.
Yeah, that's fine. Wouldn't hurt.
You've heard that the fish can be pretty big here and aggressive.
He's fine with that.
Plus, I wouldn't mind perhaps seeing this two-armed fish that Morkant keeps talking about. You know, it's...
Oh, I don't know if they are. So, are we by the ocean?
Okay, the city is actually on a peninsula that it has a lake on one side and a river, and the ocean on the other side. So it kind of sits between both.
He's gonna go to the ocean side and fish.
Okay, all right. Well,
Could run into
that's
any
going to be
fish.
hard. Well, you can do it, but it's sort of like ice fishing. You got to go out and cut a hole in the ice and drop a line, kind of thing.
Yeah, he's done that before.
Yep. Vestrin has not.
No, this will be interesting to learn from a master fisherman like yourself.
I can show you. I can show you the ropes. It's not that hard.
There was a funny comment.
Once you've done it for a couple months at least.
There was a funny comment in the chat. Fish cast fireball.
Yes,
Melts the
yeah.
ice.
It wouldn't surprise me. I believe it can happen.
Okay. So So the two of you are going to head off to the ocean, which is, 15 or 20 minutes away walking. And the other two, Caradwen and Morcant, are going to go monitor the collection of the art and kind of scour through after they go finish. Okay. So
Divide and conquer.
So you get out
Separating the party is always the best decision.
Yep.
It is.
This won't backfire at all.
So Vesserin and Dylan, you get out to the ice, and it's very solid at this point. Dylan, you know the ice well, and you know that where the points are where it's safest or would become unsafe. The ice here doesn't freeze as deep or thick as the ice up where you live, but you know that this is sort of like a late autumn freeze up there, and it's very capable of holding your weight without a problem. Now, as someone who's actually gone out on ice like that, I can tell you every step creaks. It's like and it really freaks you out when you walk out on ice like that.
I've fished in real life before.
Yeah, it's pretty. So, Vesserin, every step you take, you feel and hear the ice move a little bit. Like, you hear the what sounds almost like cracking ice, but you don't see any ice cracks.
Yeah. Vesserin, obviously a little nervous, but he follows Eslov's lead. If this large dragonborn can walk across this ice without falling through, then I should have no problem with my slimmer elfin form. So,
You see me walking around, stomping in spots, like testing places.
Which makes him go, oh. But he's like, just outwardly, he's like, yeah, so, okay, let's, it's a good spot here, Sue. We're not too far out on the ice.
You probably get out a quarter of a mile or so. Eighth of a mile, maybe.
Yeah, I think this is far enough. We should find a
You think?
part here.
Are you sure? I mean, you could go further back if you think it might be too far.
Well, you think it's not far enough?
No. I think this is the perfect spot.
That's what I thought.
So after you set up and you show me like the basics, that's when I'll sit down while we're waiting for it to catch fish to do identify on the coins.
Dylan's got to make a hole in the ice.
Yeah.
So how are you going to make the hole in the ice? With a dagger
With my
or
axe.
with your axe? Just so.
With the axe.
Okay.
With my hatchet, actually.
Okay, you're small. That's probably a little safer. So you.
Which is still a very large axe for most men.
I do have a dagger if you prefer.
Well, this is what we do back home.
Actually, you know that a dagger probably wouldn't get deep enough into the ice. You really do need to bring some weight to hit it. Your hatchet is probably perfect for it.
I hand my other one to Vesserin and ask him to start hacking away in the same spot that I'm hacking. Dig until you can see water.
All right, let's get to doing this then. I'll follow your lead.
And you hack away and you make a pile of bits of ice and ice dust from that flies off as you swing the axe, and your dagger chops into it, and you go probably a good 1.5 feet before you hit ice.
So you don't think it's
you have
nothing
surprising
to worry about.
Yeah, it was surprising to you how deep it went before there was ice. All right, you get a hole made.
Well, what do we do now there, Eslo? There's a hole. Do you just
I
throw
can see
a ball
that.
in there? Do we just throw the line in? Is there something we need to do? I mean,
You just bait the hook and throw it in. If you're cold, you can make a fire. It's not that hard.
I don't know about making fire on the ice, but I'll just deal with the cold.
Are you sure?
My
You're shivering.
robes. No. My robes are fine.
We'll be here for a couple hours, so change your mind. So if you change your mind, just let me know.
Sounds delightful. I will.
So you get it all prepped and you get the line. You drop the line. What are you doing, Vesserin, while you're out there?
I will begin a ritual
Okay.
for identify to see if I can learn more about these coins.
Okay. You find that the coins have 2 spells that they that they transmit around them. One is a spell that you've heard of called Dream. And the other one is one that you haven't come across it, but it seems to be some kind of a spell for charming people, to get people to do things for you.
Mm-hmm. So it casts Dream and Charm.
It's not charm, because you've come across charm spell. It's related, though. It's a little bit more forceful.
Is it Geas?
No.
No? I was going to say, damn, that's a pretty high level one.
And it has, as you're studying what's going on the coin, you can see little symbols show up on it in different light as you move it around. You're like, as you're doing the identify, and you realize that it dominates somebody through the dream, through a dream state, allowing whoever is going into the dream to dominate the individual that is the recipient of the dream.
Now, we were able to go around and gather up all those coins, because I remember that was one of the things I said we wanted to do. We wanted to go around to everyone, when we were doing that stuff, to gather the coins so we can...
Yeah.
I'm going to use Detect Magic as I go through all the places also to make sure we get them all.
Okay. So all the coins, though, as you're looking through here, they're identical.
Okay.
Would Morkant mention that he was using Detect Magic to Kirdwin?
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty obvious I'm doing it as a ritual, so you'd see me performing the ritual.
Okay, then she would catch on and also use Detect Magic. So that's for one of her rituals.
All right. So you get back to where they're collecting the stuff up, and there's a cart that has a lot of things on it. There's small statues and carved pieces. There's pieces made out of iron that are like bent into shapes. Most of it is fairly crude. One or two are, there's painted stuff also and drawn, but there are a couple that look like there's some higher level craftsmanship to them. And one of them is polished metal that has a really nice bevels to it and things like that. And as you're going around and looking at the stuff, a person comes up to you from down the street.
Okay.
I am Aitis. I heard you were looking for someone to identify something.
Yeah, that would be great.
What is all this?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. We found out that these artists have been charmed in some way, potentially by these coins that they were paid with, and they've
Coins?
Coins, yes. Merchant, do we have one of the coins on us?
Greed is a powerful motivator.
I believe we gave them all over to Vezrin, but we might run across them as we check the apartments and see if we can find anyone left any behind. We didn't find any earlier.
This guy is fairly short, very dark skinned. He's dressed fairly light for the cold, but he doesn't seem to be cold or shivering or anything. And he's bald headed, and he goes, "So what is all this? Are you stealing everyone's work?"
No, well, we don't really know what's going on. So the artists were making art for some sort of entity, and he was charming them to do it. And it was also potentially dangerous for the artists. And so we decided we would separate the artists from the art for their own good till we figure out what's going on. And that's why we have a bunch of art in a cart.
I have seen some amazing art in my time. None of this fits that.
We agree on that.
Pieces are pretty okay, and she pulls up one of like better pieces. Yeah, I noticed a lot of it's not really that great.
I would put no coin towards it. So who would pay for this?
A question for the DM: is it because they're just bad, or because they're in like the early stages of their crafting it, or like they made it and didn't care? Because all of those are different bad.
Or does it just look like the rambling of a madman?
A bit of
All of the
that.
above, perhaps.
Definitely a bit of that. A lot of it also looks like it was rushed.
Uh-huh.
You know, like just even in the sculpture, it's like sloppy and poorly executed. And I don't mean in a way to make it feel expressionistic or modernistic. It just doesn't feel
lazy.
Yes, either lazy or incompletely thought through as art. And also, it's all of the same kinds of stuff, and they all seem sort of, I mean, from an artistic perspective, they seem derogatory of each other, like, or derivative, sorry, of each other, not derogatory, derivative of each other. So it doesn't seem like there's anything particularly special, you know, so.
But does it tie together as a collection, Scott?
It doesn't. They all look like they're trying to do the same stuff in whatever medium they work, and most of them are not doing anything particularly great.
Can I take one of the pieces of art that was taken? So we have the art cart with the bad art. I want to compare the bad art from the bad art and the artist's other art, to see if like this is how the artist's art usually looks, or if this is just particularly bad.
Okay. So you pick a piece and the artist's stall, and when you go in, when you look at some of the other art, I'll say the one who did the slightly nicer metal.
Okay.
When you go in there, he's got some pieces that are finer than this. A few that look like they're early progress. They don't have the finishing touches yet, but you feel like the piece with more time probably would achieve his better quality.
Mm-hmm.
And as you check another one, let's say a wood craftsman, not the same one that you had done because that one burned down, but you see in this one that the other works in their stall are better than this one. And Aita, he puts his hand on the metal and he kind of turns it. I see what you mean. This is not his best. I see what you're doing. Very interesting. You're a smart one, aren't you? What about you, cleric?
Oh, I'm far less smart.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've met clerics in my time, especially of Akhor. They know their things. So what are you going to do with all this? I hope burn it.
Well, we don't know if burning will make the situation actually just worse. So that's where we're going to lock it up in one of the towers.
It would save the artist the embarrassment of someone seeing it.
Well, I mean, there is that, but we could also potentially kill them. We don't really know how this art will affect them if we do something strange to it, or how this entity will retaliate to it.
How would the burning of their art kill them? Are they that attached to it that they would fall into a stupor?
Do you remember the fire last night?
I did not see the fire, but I heard about it this morning.
That happened directly after one of the pieces was destroyed. So we're wondering if there's a correlation between the two.
Yeah. That's what he said.
You were the ones that destroyed it? Did you destroy it with fire? I assume it was...
Well, no. One of our friends took an axe to it, and then the house combusted.
Ah,
Fireballs came out of nowhere. And when we asked him what happened, he told us he was striking this art piece, and then a voice came out and told him, "These are my artists," and threw a fireball at him, and then the fire started, and so we just had to get him out of there, and things escalated pretty quickly. I don't want to repeat that.
a fireball?
That's,
Oh, something
Why-
exploded.
well, something blew up. There was a big fire.
Oh. That's some serious... That's a serious way of taking down art.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more of the retaliation of us attacking the art, trying to destroy the art.
Well, I do need to get on my way soon. Do you have the item you wish to have identified?
Don't have it on us. Our comrade has it. Is there a place we can find you later if we need to ask you for your services?
What time are you gonna leave? I think it's you might
If
be-
you'd like, I could stay a little longer. Let's see. Is the... You said it was... You know what? Go on. What were you going to say?
I can relay what I know about the coins as far as it being enchantment on one side and whatever on the other side from when I did
it's different.
deck magic.
Comments on it.
As far as I know, see if he's familiar with anything like that. Just give him the information I have, what I know about the coin.
I'm not familiar with anything like that. Most of the time, putting multiple spells into an item is no small feat. It requires a
How
fairly
many
skilled...
wizards around this area would be capable of such a thing?
In Phelan? None.
Yeah.
This place is so devoid of spellcasters, it's almost ridiculous. I hear there's one in Raisa. I think there's one in Cairo, or maybe two in Cairo. I'm not from here, but I heard that you were looking for someone, so
I do
I
appreciate
volunteered.
it.
Do you think we should take him to Vesrin now?
Don't really know where Vezrin is. I mean, it might be easier. Do you know where you're going to be later, or are you kind of leaving town? What is your plan?
My plan is to leave town the moment the ice unfreezes.
Oh, okay. So where can we find you if we can ask for your services again?
I'm staying at Bry's. You've heard of Bry's. It's kind of a small inn and tavern. It's got it's expensive, so you don't know a lot of people who stay there, but it's sort of like an upscale boutique inn.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Sorry, we were really not prepared for this interaction. I apologize.
Well, you know where to find me when you have it ready. Just come in and call for me.
Thank you. We definitely will call on you.
Any bows? Good day.
Well, that was lucky. I didn't think we'd get anyone.
Yes, it's quite convenient. I just wish Vezrin was here with the coin so we could have given him one.
I mean, this sort of stuff just happens.
He's out fishing, though.
I'm sure he's doing something important.
Yeah, he's a very serious person. It's not like him to slack off and do something else. Let's get back to work.
Good idea.
Oh, while I have you alone, I know you've done a lot of history in this area and whatnot. Do you have any accounts with fish that have arms?
No.
DM, no, she sits and thinks about it, and she says, no, it's
Just forget about it. Don't.
You keep
just
talking about
curious.
it like it's a thing, and I don't really know where this arm fish
Actually,
came from.
you have seen little tiny fish that have kind of their front flippers are kind of stiff and they skip out into the mud sometimes. That's about as close as you've seen. They're called mud skippers.
Have I? Is that me or him?
You have.
Oh,
Caramel.
well, I'll tell him about mud skippers. It's like, well, there's kind of this little fish that has these kind of she'll like try to demonstrate the like arms, and they sort of
Right.
skip around on the mud. Is that what you're talking about?
Not exactly. Just curious. I'm asking for a friend. Let's get back to you.
Asking for a friend.
Well, yeah, sure, of course. You take that side, I'll take this side.
Okay.
Back on the ice, you finish up your identify spell, and you know there's no, all the coins are identical as far as that's concerned. Now the coins themselves are not, they're not all exactly the same size or anything, that's not how they're built. The metal is unusual. You know what it is because you've dealt with coinage, and you know that electrum is a very unusual coin. It's not usually used as a coin for normal transactions, but it has some value, but the value is rarely, the coin number.
How many do we have here? How many were we able to collect?
You have 16 there.
Electrum. All right, 16 coins. I'm just putting information down about it. So we got 16 coins. They're all Electrum. They have Dream Spell and some type of charm, but a more powerful version of charm spell on it. All right, it's good to know. Oh, we lost Brandon?
We did. Oh no.
Brandon!
Can you still hear us, Brandon? Try talking.
I think his phone crashed.
Oh.
Or maybe he turned off his camera. I don't know. It looks like his camera's off.
Well, I assume that his mic is off. He's not
Oh,
saying
heavens,
anything.
you moved.
That means everybody moved, right?
There he
Not
is.
everybody, but enough people. Give me 1 second. I'll slide you guys back.
I'm Morcont now, and he's Vezrin.
Yes, give me 1 second. I'll move everybody back to where they're
Can you
supposed
hear
to
us,
be.
Brandon?
I don't think he can hear us. I think he's typing.
Yeah.
I think he just left again. I think he's coming back in.
There we go. Sorry
There
about
we
that.
go.
And we're back.
We're fixing
And
the
we
camera.
are back with Brandon.
So
Sorry about that.
No problem.
So yeah, like I said, we know that we have 16 Electrum coins. We know that they have a Dream spell on them, which I know what Dream does, and a more powerful version of Charm, which is probably how he's forced them to do all this labor.
Well, you don't think it's actually charm. You think it's a spell in that.
Yeah, it's just like a more
Hierarchy.
powerful version of it. Like that's what I'm saying, like a more powerful version of a like Charm type spell.
Yes.
That's what's forcing them to keep going back and doing this work.
Yeah.
And I know enough about Dream that like you can terrify people into doing what you want them to do, or cause them damage or lose sleep. So, which would explain why these people are working through it and not even realizing how much time they're missing because they're illusion of dreams and charm effects of being told what to do.
And they also seemed very frazzled, like someone who just hasn't slept for days on days and days, but can't get their energy brought down. So it's like you haven't slept for 3 days and you keep drinking Monsters.
Yeah. Well, I know Dream can do that. Dream can make you not be able to sleep or lose
Yep.
the effects of a solid night's rest. I will, as I'm doing this stuff and we're waiting to catch fish, I will relay this. I know Eslov is not necessarily a master of magic or understanding it, but I will explain to him what I've discovered about these coins.
Magical with a fishing pole.
That you are, good sir. I have to tell you, I've learned a lot while I'm out here with you, freezing my ass off. But it is a wonderful moment to have some time with you. How are
many
you
fish-
feeling after everything?
How many fish have we caught?
0. The master fisherman hard at work.
You've caught 8.
I've eaten at least 3 of them.
Just caught him and like ripped right into him, right? Like,
Yeah.
not even-
Yeah.
Best way to eat them. Which
No one else is gonna. He's even offered you a couple.
okay, I will wait till we can take the rest home and cook them properly. But I appreciate it. I'm not much for sushi.
How many have I caught versus how many? has
You've
he
caught 8. And
Oh
Vesper
yeah,
has caught none.
he has not been fishing. Never mind.
To be fair, I've set up the rod, but I have not been watching it as well because I've been more focused on understanding these coins. In my defense.
And while you're sitting out there, you see someone walking out onto the ice towards you from a distance.
Eslov, do you see that gentleman, or am I going crazy? Or is it a man or a woman, or can we tell from this distance?
It's too. You can't tell from where he's at.
Do you
Where
see
the
that
person's
individual?
at.
I do, but I think it would be best to not make any odd movements.
Are they walking towards us, or they just happen to be out on the ice as well?
They're walking towards you.
All right. No. Hopefully they are not the person who attacked you yesterday, and nothing will be a problem. But
And after a little
let's
while, you can see that it's a man. He's bald, coming towards you.
is it somebody we recognize, or somebody
No.
we've never seen before?
No.
I'll call out to him. Hello,
I will
stranger.
continue fishing.
I see you walking towards us. What can I do for you?
I came to see how the fishing is going.
What's
And
it to you?
And you are?
There's no tax on this, is there?
No, there's not. As far as I know. And if there was, I wouldn't pay it. I would just eat the fish.
That's what my friend is doing.
You
As he
see,
gets-
you and I are the smartest ones here.
I am Aetus. And I saw you as I was walking by the road out here, and I realized somebody is doing some fine dining.
Would you care for one? We have plenty here.
A smaller one. I'm not your size, friend.
No, I'll pick up one of the smaller fish and I'll throw it to him.
Just so you know, before he gets over there, I will take all the coins and put them in a bag,
Okay.
so they're not out in the open, and I will basically conceal them away.
Okay.
I'm guessing I don't know what any of these fish are.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
they
I
look
have no
similar
idea.
to some other ones, but they're not the same. They're not
Right,
exactly the
so-
same.
Veslav just kind of assumes they're all safe when he eats them.
Yeah.
And he grabs the smallest one, he tosses it to the man.
And he sits to eat the fish. He's dressed fairly. Actually, Eslov, you would notice this is the first person you've come across out here that dresses for cold the way you dress for the cold.
Like, not as much.
Not as much. Some,
Okay.
but not like the heavy furs everyone else does.
Right. Are you feeling cold sitting there?
Not particularly. Are you?
No, it's just that most people I see around here wear a little bit more.
They do. They have thin skin or something, I suppose.
I would agree. And then I'd look at Vezran.
And he looks at Vezran too when you look at Vezran.
Not all of us are from other places farther north that are colder. Some of us are from here.
It's just a joke, Ben.
I'm from the south. I'm from Mirador.
So, what makes you so comfortable in the cold then?
I was just born with the ability to deal with cold better than others, I suppose. So, it's very funny. I was over there where they were taking the art from the stalls of the artists, and they
And
were
eye
looking for,
raises.
and they were looking for someone to identify something, and you two fit the description of at least 2 of the people who told me you were looking for this service. I mean, you are the only dragonborn I've seen on the island in, my whole time here.
This is Scott's way of telling us we have to get back to the plot.
No, not at all.
Veteran is a little suspect of this individual. Just seems odd that he would just happen upon us way out here, a quarter of a mile on the ice.
Yeah,
I mean, I couldn't even tell who he was until he got closer, but he was able to pinpoint us from that distance.
Eslov's eyes are a bit raised at the moment.
But I don't say that. I'm just looking at him. I want to do an insight check on him. Do I get a sense that he's being honest with us? Or do I think that?
Go ahead, make your roll.
You're giving him shifty looks.
Are you doing one too, Eslov?
Yeah, sure.
Me too.
Yeah, I can't tell. I rolled a natural 5, so.
Oh, natural, not an unnatural 5.
No,
not a dirty
natural
5.
5. I didn't add the bonuses to it because there's no point to it. I'm pretty sure I don't know.
20. Not natural.
Okay. He seems to be telling you the truth about it.
So how could you tell it was us from all the way out there on the shore?
Well, you're a
bit of a
dragonborn and you
ways.
stand out.
It's like a quarter of a mile.
I have good eyes. I lived
Apparently.
on the sea most of my life.
We may have those coins, but I don't have them out here. I'm with my friend as he's fishing. Perhaps when we get back into the city, we can arrange a meeting with you.
Of course, that's what I said to who I'm assuming are your compatriots.
Yes, we need to speak with them as well.
I'm staying at Bry's Inn, and you can, when you are ready, I'd be happy to help.
What's your name, friend?
My name is Aita.
Actually, you know what? I think I do have one on me. I forgot about it. And I'll reach in and I'll pull one of them out.
Okay.
Let's see what you can come up with.
Don't go running off now.
And he takes it in his hand and he looks at it. That's an unusual metal.
Yes, it is. Do you know what it is? Have you seen it before?
I have not seen it in a long time. And he starts casting over it. And then, like you were doing when you cast it, you can see the little symbols on it show up. This is interesting. There are 2 spells here that are embedded into this coin. One is a spell that allows someone to, how do I describe it to a layman, to find themselves in the dream of someone else.
Yes, a dream spell. I'm aware of it.
You are one of the arts.
I
From the
am,
art.
yes.
I see.
I was able to detect illusionary magic, which is the dream spell, and some type of enchantment on it, but so far I haven't been able to find much else out about it.
Well, the other side is used in some way to dominate the mind of a person that is the target of the spell.
So it's safe to assume that someone here...
And he hands it back to you.
Yes, I'll take it back. Whoever is giving these people these coins is intruding on their sleep to get them to do the bidding of their without rest, and the other spell is to allow them to control them and ensure that they complete the task assigned to them.
If that's how it's being used, I suppose that could make sense.
Well, one of the ladies that was working for them hadn't really rested or ate since the festival. She's been working on this nonstop, and she was malnourished and looked like she needed a good rest.
That's too long to go without food for sure, and probably a very disturbing period of no sleep. After a few days, it can be exhausting for your mind as well as your body.
I'm looking him up. I'm looking him when he was looking at the coin. I'd like to have been looking him over, kind of like seeing what he's wearing,
Okay.
like anything that stands out about him in particular. I really don't trust him. I know we asked
know.
for him age, but for some reason I get a bad vibe from him. I don't know why.
He's wearing blue pantaloons that are of a material that you actually wouldn't know what it is. You've seen it around on sailors a lot. This blue material, and he's wearing a coat with a sort of black fur on the edge with a kind of a rusty color main part of the coat. It looks like it's one thing you would notice that is right up your alley is it is well tailored. It is not a cheap piece. It is well made. There's quality in it, but he has a dagger at his side, not a particularly big one even, and he has some earrings in both ears. He's dark, kind of swarthy, but he's short. He's maybe 5'2" or 3", but he's got piercing eyes. His eyes are crystal blue almost. They're very, very light. And when he looks at people, he doesn't seem to look away like some people kind of, when they look at you, they kind of shift their eyes away from you a lot. He just looks at people, and it's, for some people that can be disconcerting. For other people, it can be seen as a sign of confidence.
Is it like a stare kind of look?
Sometimes.
Normal.
Sometimes it can be, even looking at the coin and then looking back at Vesserin, you could tell that there was some moments that it probably was going on a little longer than it needed to.
This is a man with focus.
So let me ask you, if these coins are no longer in those people's possessions, do you think the magics that was placed on them would fade? Or do you think that the effects would still be in place, even though the coins are no longer in their possession? From your knowledge of these spells, what do you think?
I don't think when you put a spell into an item like this that it just fades. It may require a reset by the dawn or by some other time frame. I don't know. It doesn't give that away to me. But it is interesting. I could see its use, and I could see the mischief it could cause, like you were talking about.
Yes. So where are you from again? You said you're from the south, yes?
Yes, from Mirador.
Do I know much about that place?
You know a little bit. You know that Mirador is really far south. It is an island kingdom. It's not even a kingdom. It is just a ton of, like, every island almost is its own kingdom. And there's thousands and thousands of islands. It's almost like the Caribbean as far as the weather and stuff.
It's very rare to find a fellow caster on this island. Have you been here before? Is this your first time to our island?
I've been here a couple of times. This is the first time I've been stuck waiting for the ice to unfreeze.
Yes. Wait, were you here during the festival?
I was, although I didn't plan on being here.
And what were your opinions on what you saw during that night?
It made me reconsider ever coming here near the winter.
Yes, it's a wise choice. And so what do you do exactly? I see you very fine clothing. Not many dress as fine as you.
I'm a treasure
hunter.
hunter.
As Vezer's dressed in like really nice robes.
I'm a treasure hunter.
What kind of treasures are you searching for? On our island here.
Whatever I can find. They don't just lay around waiting for you. You have to go looking for them.
No, I agree. I was just curious as to what kind of stories you heard about our islands, because
Oh, Elixia has many stories. I think many of them are false.
possibly, quite possible, actually.
I have not seen a single unicorn, and I've been here several times. Where are all the unicorns it says are here?
I've
And
actually
underneath the ice.
I've actually seen one.
Really?
Well, sort of. But yes.
Now that I would be interested in seeing and finding even.
I won't tell him the location. I'll just make it seem like I was out in the forest when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? But I'll kind of recount the story with slight changes so I don't give him the location.
Okay.
So, but I'll tell him about how I saw one as a child when I was with my mother. I don't really remember where. I was much younger.
What do you do? How do you describe the location?
I don't describe that location at all. I just describe the forest, one of the
Okay.
forests.
All right. Then you are a blessed man, of course. I'm sure you're still wearing the blessings of the unicorn you came across.
I don't know if I am, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I do agree with you on that. Maybe I'm blessed in that sense, but my life is no
Blessed.
gift. My life is no gift, trust me, sir. I've had my struggles as you or anyone else.
I can tell by your
all of our
finery
lives
that-
of gifts.
I can tell by your finery you've had many, many struggles.
One struggles may not reflect another's struggles.
That is
We
true.
each live our own life and we each have our own path.
And after a little while, he stands up and he goes, I do need to get back. I'm going to be meeting some friends for some dinner tonight. But if you need any assistance with any more of this, you know where to find me. It was a pleasure meeting both of you.
The pleasure is ours.
And he
As well as
bows
for me.
and he takes his hat off for a moment. He puts his hat back on.
I'll give him a nod. Did he
Enjoy
eat
your
his fish?
He did eat his fish, and he ate it raw.
Bones and all? Or did he leave the
Oh
bones?
yeah, nope. He ate the bones.
Eslov does respect this man.
Well,
Should we
Eslov?
back up?
are you ready to head back in? We should probably go see what our companions are doing. Are you feeling
Oh.
up to?
I'll pull my line up one more time to see if I have anything.
No more fish.
Okay. Well, we'll take the 4 that we have left
Okay.
and go.
Hey, perfect amount
Yes.
for everyone to eat dinner.
I think this is plenty. We should get going.
All right. It was an honor and pleasure to learn from you today. Thank you, Esla.
Thank you.
I'll give you a test later.
And thank you for your help, good sir.
And he nods and he turns and he starts heading out. Eslov, can you make me a perception check?
Yes, I can.
I'm sorry, not a perception check, an intelligence check.
Yeah, you took my +5 down to a -1.
Sorry.
It's an 11.
Okay. And he continues walking away while you're gathering your stuff up. Back at the art
You
assemblage.
can't do me like that. You can't do me like that, Scott.
I did
Real quick, before you go back to the others, real quick, do you know what unicorns are, Eslov? Would he know what those are?
I mean,
Yeah, it's the symbol of your house. Oh, Eslov,
Probably.
I'm sorry.
Eslov.
Eslov, would Eslov
No,
know what a unicorn is?
I know what a unicorn is.
Yeah,
I was saying, like, would he?
Probably he's heard about it in legend, but probably a fairy tale kind of thing.
of
So that would be-
course, Bezra might not know that, though.
But yeah, so either way, Eslov, you would have just heard the story for the first time that apparently Vezran has seen a unicorn before in his life.
Yeah.
But Slav is going to chalk it up to the vivid imagination of a child, though, so he's not really going to.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
I just want you to realize that it's probably the first time you've heard me recant that tale.
Right.
And he walks out. He's ahead of you, and he gets into town. And you guys start heading back where the art is being collected. You do find some extra coins that were in some of those apartments or those stalls.
Well, Scooby did a second sweep.
Yeah, you find an additional 6.
Brings us 24 altogether.
22.
22.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how the math apparently, but yeah.
And while you're going through the stuff, one thing that is a little bit striking is there's blood in a lot of these places on the floor that has been stepped on and smeared by walking through it, almost like if the blood was spilled, no one cleaned it. They just continued doing whatever it was they're doing, and they just dealt with going around it. And that's unusual in and of itself, but
Yeah. That's a red flag.
Didn't we actually catch the one girl whipping herself?
yes.
Yeah.
So they're probably all doing that to themselves and using that blood in their art.
She said something about having to stain the wood with her blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The blood's a factor
Or
in it.
with blood, but she was using her own because that was what she had access to, I think.
So
Do you
you
think
get. Oh, go on. Sorry.
Well, do you think we should compare the amount of coins we have to the amount of artists in the area? But then we might, I don't know what we'd glean from that, but
Yeah. How many artists were round up, Scott?
About there's my dog. The artist that you got from the stall to leave the stalls was because there were some that were where there were more than one in each stall, so you're probably looking at about 30 or 40 at the most. Yeah, because a lot of them are like couples or couples with a child or what have you.
And
A lot were young.
how many stalls are there?
There are about 25. And while you're looking and counting out the stalls, you see some curtains close in one of the stalls that has not been opened, but is also not what you think is an art stall. There's a needle and thread above it.
well, I mean, it's nearby, so I'll just go look at it and just kind of peek through the curtain.
I'll come with her.
Well, there's the curtain closed when you guys were talking, almost like it was closed when you guys looked over. Maybe the timing was coincidental.
Oh, like someone's behind the curtain and they closed it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just kind of knock on the door.
Hello?
And the door opens a crack, and there's a woman in there, fairly youngish, and she looks at the two of you, and her eyes kind of, yes?
We're just curious if you have received a new patron recently.
A patron? No,
Yeah,
I sell clothing and masks and costumes.
Oh, can I come in and take a look?
You're not going to take my stuff and put it on the card. I can't afford that.
No, of course not.
Yes, give me one moment to tidy up. And she closes the door. And you hear like a little shuffling in there. And a moment later, she comes over and she opens the door. Come. And there's a counter that separates, the front from the back. Are you needing some clothing of some kind or a costume for
Do you have anything with vines on it?
vines?
Hmm?
And she goes and starts looking through some of her stuff. On one wall, there's just dozens and dozens of masks. Not all cloth. Some are made of wood, some are made of metal, and some are cloth. And then you get to clothing, and there's all kinds of bolts of cloth, some of which have beautiful, intricate stitching and things like that. And there's even a couple bolts of silk, which is pretty rare. And she lifts a bolt off and she comes and brings one over, and there's one with all these pretty floral patterns and there's some plants on it, but maybe not vines. Definitely not the pattern you were thinking of. Is this
Well,
what you
they're
want?
While they're doing that, I'm going to look around and see if I see blood on the floor anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep chatting.
You'd have to come behind the counter.
While they're chatting up, I'll try and stick my head around or maybe peek a little bit as
Okay.
stealthily as possible as I can, being me.
And you don't
Are
see
the
any
masks
blood
by the
there.
counter?
They're on the wall. They're like hanging on the wall. And you
Okay.
know that masks and costumes are often used during the Festival of Mists. They're like a popular thing. It's part of the festival.
Okay. So, Kiradwin will look at the cloth and be like, "Oh, this is really nice, but not quite what I was looking for. I did really like one of these masks over here, though." And she'll do you mind if I could look at it? It's one of the ones up top.
You can probably reach it, can't you? Sure, if you can reach it on your own.
So I'll try to like distract her while
Okay.
Morgan's snooping.
And do I still have detect magic up?
Sure, you do.
Do I notice anything?
You don't notice anything here while you're looking, and she's not magic that it looks like. The masks don't seem to be showing any magic. The clothes, nothing magical here. There's no blood, although there's maybe a little prick of blood by the machine. What's it called? The spindle.
The spindle, no.
Yeah. But that's not unusual. That happens with people who are doing that stuff. And she didn't seem to have fallen asleep, so wrong spindle.
Well, Kiradwin knows an entertainer and like a bard is actually legitimately interested in these masks.
Okay. They're beautiful masks.
Are they like made of leather or?
Yeah, there's
Like,
a couple made of leather.
The ring fair.
Yeah, these are pretty awesome masks for people who really appreciate costuming. And the craftsmanship is really excellent. Some of them have kind of a dark sensibility, but that's not unusual for the festival. Sometimes they have, because they can represent spirits or things like that. That can be a little bit on the spooky side, but some are beautiful and meant to show off, the brighter sides of the island. And when you start talking to her, about the masks, you can see her light up about the masks. Like she is really into the masks. I can't believe someone's actually asking me about the masks so soon after the festival. I don't usually get inquiries about them until 3 or 4 months at least.
Well, I just like having a big selection of masks. So, is there like a full body, full face one?
Yeah,
Or
there's all kinds of different ones. There's some that are simple, and even the simple ones though tend to be made of really nice materials, and they're really well constructed. And while you're looking around in the back, Morkant, you can see that there's it's a tailor shop and a costumer, and you can see there's several doors in here. This probably is where she lives also, so it's probably like back there. Probably goes to the bedroom.
Yeah, I'll ask her like, oh, well, what sort of materials do you like working with, and do you do all this by hand? Is it all you?
I do most of it by hand. When I get a request for something like wood, I can't of course do that, and I will hire one of the craftsmen to make those for me to my specifications, and occasionally I will bring things in from off island. And make me a perception check while you're looking at the masks.
Oh, it's a natural 20.
Some of the wood is not a wood you recognize, which would make sense with her getting them from off island. And some of these masks seem to be what you would probably think of as vintage, even for you, which is really old.
Oh, okay. She'll be super interested in like the old wooden vintage mask.
Oh, be careful with that one. It's I wouldn't say it's delicate, but it's very old.
Oh, I'm a bit of a historian, so this is this. She makes like a vague gesture, like this is my thing, and so.
Wait. And she takes the mask and she says, pull your hair back.
Okay.
And she lifts it. I mean, she has to kind of raise it up to get it over to you.
She's gonna have to bend over.
And she tries to fit it to you. She goes, it could almost fit. I think maybe this one. And she points at another one and she goes to change it. And she looks back for a minute. She catches, where's your friend?
More.
Morcat, when you get to the back, you see there's a little fireplace with a little fire in it, and next to it there's a couple of chairs. They're made of leather, which is pretty unusual, and there's baskets of those bows like you saw with Awak. There's some baskets of those little bows here too. Like she collects them maybe also. And while you're back here, you do see something that is magical.
Yes. What do I see?
You see on a little table between the two chairs, there's a piece of maybe chalk.
Okay. What type of magic is it giving off?
Abjuration.
All right. I'll just kind of look at it and set it back.
Okay. And she takes the other mask down. Maybe he's warming his hands by the fire. And she peeks back, and he is actually back by the fire. He must have gotten cold.
Yeah, it's a bit chilly.
And she comes back to you. So why don't you try this one on? And she hands that to you. It's a little bit newer. It's not as old. Mm-hmm. But it's bigger. Like it would fit your face better. I'm not saying you have a big face.
I mean, well, she's a big person.
But
so
there is that.
I don't know. It kind of sounded like you were, Scott. A little bit.
Roasting his players before he decays them.
That's terrible. And then he hits Dwin with a fireball.
Yeah. Well, I really like this piece, but I don't recognize the wood. Where is it from? Is it off island or?
Oh, this wood is from Arendelle, but from the far east of Arendelle, almost to Valai. You don't know those places. You do know Arendelle. You've heard of Arendelle because that Elixia is actually the furthest out island that is ruled by Arendelle.
Mm-hmm. We're a part of it, technically.
Yeah, technically.
Okay. Do you import a lot of things? She's just trying to keep this conversation going to buy more time.
And she answers a lot
More
of
Kent's
questions.
just warming his hands at this point.
Do you find that the foreign wood's easier to look or work with, or how does it expand? Do you know how wood sort of expands in heat and just
And she totally dives into the conversation. Like, it's almost like you just used charm person on her by just talking to her what she loves to talk about. Morcat, you're back by the fire and you put the chalk down and it doesn't look like it's used much. Maybe it's been used a little bit somewhere, but it's just weird. What the hell's magical chalk? That's bizarre.
None of my business.
Yeah. Fire's nice. Make me a perception check.
Ooh, this I'm good at.
Yeah.
Here comes the one. I can feel it.
Just because you said it.
It's 13.
Around the door, the door to the left, there's a chalk line right up to the edge of the door that wraps the entire frame.
And she still seems very distracted, right? So
You can hear them talking.
okay, I'll when I feel the moment's right, I'll try and sneak a peek.
Okay, so you head over to the door, and you open the door. See if it. and it creaks for a moment. And, how far do you open? What are you going to, what's your process here?
First, I want to get to the door and just kind of see if I can hear anything, and then just open it just enough to see if I can hear through it, and then just peek in.
You don't hear anything.
Okay, I'll just slightly open the door just
And
enough
then a
to look
cat rubs
inside.
up against you.
I'll trust
It's
it.
like rubbing up against your leg.
Be on your guard, Brandon.
I'll lean down and pet the cat as I slowly push the door open.
Okay. It lets you pet it. It kind of rubs up under you, and it runs into the room when you open the door. And then the door is open.
Do I see anything inside?
It looks like a bedroom. See a bed in there. Make me an investigation check
Okay.
or roll.
18.
The bed is very large, and it is beautifully, ornately fitted. The sheets are beautiful. It has just a ton of pillows at the head of it. The posts go way up. It has big high posts on all four corners. And underneath it, by one of the legs, there is a little chain.
A little chain?
Yeah.
Like a necklace chain, or like
No,
I
a little
chained
bigger.
up an animal?
A little bigger,
Like bike chain?
maybe, or something like that, maybe. I mean, you can't really see from here. You're standing at the door still. So
So it's just around the bottom underneath the bed.
it is connected to the foot of the bed, and then the chain sort of wraps underneath.
And where did the cat run to in there?
It ran in, hopped up on the bed.
Okay. I'll just kind of back away from it, leave the door open.
Okay. And then up at the front, you see her stop, and she turns. I don't see her friend. One moment, I'll be right back. And she starts walking back.
Well, while you're at it, I was wondering if you had any padding for the face. I tried.
And she walks back, and she sees you standing at the door. Can I help you?
Oh, I just saw that a cat was running in there. I was trying to catch it before I got in, but it pushed right through the door.
It went through a closed door?
I guess if the door was closed, I just saw it pushing against it, opened up, and I was trying to grab it for you. I didn't want to walk in there, though, so I stayed out here.
Well, you seem like you have warmed up enough. So perhaps the front of the store would be more appropriate at this point.
Oh, my apologies. I have a question. There's a symbol that your neighbors down here have all had on stuff, and it's quite worrisome. I was wondering if you've seen it. Do you have something I can write with to show you the symbol?
I do at the front.
Okay, and I'll walk over with her to the front.
And she comes up, and as she's coming up, she looks a little bit suspicious at you, Caradwyn. And she reaches under and she pulls some parchment, and she pulls a little quill pen up. It's a very nice little quill inkwell. It's got really nice detailing to the outside, almost like an Art Nouveau piece. And she opens it and she gives the quill to you, Morkent. You use this.
That's lovely, and I'll dip it in there, and I'll just make the symbol real quick. Have you seen this symbol before?
I've seen it all over the cart you have out front.
Yes. So yeah, are you familiar with the fire that happened a few stalls down?
Oh, yes, we're all familiar with that.
It appears that the person who's in favor of this symbol caused that to happen. So, to be honest with you, the fact that your neighbors are so close, you might want to think about putting your inventory someplace safer. It's going to be potentially quite dangerous. if they decide to burn more places.
Why would they burn my place? Why do they burn?
It's not about burning your place. It might be burning your neighbors. We don't know why. We just know that it happened and this is related. So if you've seen this anywhere around your shop, you really
I'll
let
take
me
that
know.
into mind. I don't know where I could go, but
Yeah.
I'll
I
consider it.
really wish I had an answer for you. I know you have a lot of money invested in here, and I want to make sure everything's safe.
And she looks around at everything. I do. You're right. I could
And
not
mostly I
afford
want to
it to go away.
make sure you're safe. Do you have a place you can stay for the next few days in case something happens like it did last night?
If I feel the need, I could head to the Soul.
Yes,
Out there, but yeah, you can probably squeeze in.
of course. Just stay safe, all right?
I will. Thank you. Were you interested in purchasing one of the masks? She says to you.
Yeah. How much is it? The one that they were chatting up. How much would you want for this one?
That one would be 16 silvers.
Sure, I will give her 16 silver.
And she takes it, and one moment, and she reaches down and she gets a little wooden box. It's got a very fine, thin wood, almost like a balsa wood, and the box is painted. And she puts it in there, and she puts some of the parchment around the edges and wraps it like really finely to keep it safe. Thank you very much. And she slides it to you.
Wood mask. Cool. Thank you. Stay safe, and we'll go out the door.
And she walks you to the door, and while she's doing, she kind of looks back to, almost like she's trying to figure out what you were doing, and then she lets you out and closes the door.
And as I leave, I'll go to shake her hand, and I'll hold it, and I'll be like, if there's anything I can do for you from the Soul, please let me know.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Of course.
And then what do you...
Just shake it awkwardly long,
Okay.
and then leave.
And you feel like when you leave, you're being watched?
You feel her eyes staring,
Yes.
and I'm like, stiff back, walking away, and then we turn the corner, and I'm like, where's so much of my out?
Oh, I didn't really find any blood or anything in there. I didn't find a coin. The only bit of magic she had was some chalk. So perhaps she's not affected.
Well, I hope not. I didn't get any mask. She's actually genuinely happy that she got the mask and then tucks it away.
It's quite something, but when do you plan on wearing it?
I don't know, I'm a bard. We do all sorts of weird things. Maybe when I'm telling a story. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know.
Okay. It's very nice.
And
Very
as,
nice.
He
as you
doesn't
guys...
care. He's got
Vesper-
one set of clothes. He's
Vestrid
good.
and Dylan, you guys get off the ice, back into town. What are you doing?
Perhaps we should find the others and see how they're doing.
Yeah, let's head back to the alley.
Okay. Well, they're actually on the main street, not the alley. The cart didn't fit up the alley.
Yes,
It was
we'll go
almost
look.
bumpy. and
Last
stuff.
we knew.
And while we're walking, I'll be, petting my bird, and just kind of giving it some of my rations. See if it wants to eat any of it.
It doesn't eat your rations.
Yeah, I've been looking at the bird for a while.
The bird just likes to sit on his shoulder a lot. Every now and then it'll kind of lean up against his neck.
I'm not gonna say anything about it, but I'll just keep looking whenever I think he's not looking at me.
It would be such a tiny meal, it would not even be worth the effort.
That's not okay. He just thinks it's weird.
It is weird. And you guys, as you're coming up the road, you see Caradwin and Morkant coming back. And they're discussing something, and Caradwin has a box, a pretty box.
Oh, that's a lovely box there you have, Twin. Did you find anything?
We found about 6 more of the coins, and we were investigating one of the shops that's sort of just a little bit out of the immediate area of all the things that were happening, and it's a mask shop. We need to have a body break, apparently. She. I distracted the store clerk. Morgan had a poke around the back. I bought a mask. I really got to go to the privy. Do you excuse me for a minute?
Go to the privy. There's an outhouse to the side.
All right.
I'll hand over the coins to Vesserin. So he has them all.
Tiffany, if you actually need to go to the privy, you can go to the privy real quick.
No, I just know that we need to have a potty break.
It was me that
we're
called.
we're going to in just a second. I wanted to get you guys back together and talking, and then you're going.
So while I was studying these coins and learning what they are, and Eslov was fishing for our meal tonight, you were shopping. What?
Yeah, you
guys. You guys don't take anything serious.
I have 4 big fish with me.
Yep.
Fairly big. I don't know if
that is a lovely mask, all joking aside. I have learned some things about the coins. Perhaps we can step off to the side and discuss what we've learned.
There is a gentleman who stopped by, the Aita, who says he can identify the coins for us.
He actually found us out on the ice. It was very odd. He just happened to find us after apparently talking to you.
What was happening on the ice?
Eslav needed some time to rethink about what happened last night, and I didn't want him to go alone for the simple fact that.
All right, that's fair. So he found you?
Yes, it was very odd. I mean, nobody knew we were out there, but he somehow found us. I did allow him to see one coin just to see if he would discover the same information that I did, which it did match up. So the coins, the 2 types of magic, the illusionary magic, seems to be a dreamlike spell that can affect one's ability to get a full night's rest, as well as whoever has put the charm on them can speak to them in their dreams. The other spell is some type of domination magic to force somebody to do the bidding of the person who put the spell on them. I'm unsure if the coins being away from them will stop the magic. There is a chance that perhaps it needs to refresh every day. So if we keep these coins away from everybody and observe them over the next day or 2, we might see them return to normal. If not, then the magic is done.
Do you think it would be dangerous to destroy the coins?
Until we know if they are fully affected, I'd prefer to wait a day or so. I did think about tossing the coins into the ocean while we were out there, just so that it was far away from anybody, but then I was thinking that perhaps it wasn't wise to do so. Unsure what it will do.
And you guys are talking while you walk.
Yes.
And why don't we take a break here real quick?
Yes.
Come right back.
Poor Dylan.
You don't have to call me out.
I'm calling you out.
We'll be right back. We'll be right back, everybody. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Everybody's done with their necessaries. And when we left, everybody was walking and talking, heading down the street.
Everyone came back.
Yeah, Kevin comes back from the outhouse. And you get to the cart, and you can see the cart is now piled up with the art that could be found that had those symbols on it. And there's a driver there waiting. Is this going to be it? Should I take this to the guard tower?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good.
Do you know where the artists are being held?
I don't.
Weren't they going to be at the inn, or was that just a possibility?
At the moment, I don't think you guys made a determination as to where would be best. The guard tower was one consideration because it could be protected. Another one was an inn, but inns have a lot of, they tend to be pretty accessible by people.
Should we put the art in one guard tower and then the artist in a different guard tower?
I don't
Yep, more
know.
than one.
It could make the guard towers targets, and if one gets targeted, we may not want the second one to be targeted as well. It might be better to keep them where they don't feel like they're prisoners. Maybe treat them to a night at the inn or something. I mean, at least that place they can relax, have a couple drinks. Maybe if the spells do wear off, find some peace. But if the spell wears off and they're stuck in a tower, they may still be a little upset and concerned about their situations.
I may be able to calm them for a brief moment if we get them all together. You can try talking with them.
Do we know when the spells would wear off, potentially?
It could take a day. It could take a couple of days. It may not wear off at all. I'm not 100% sure how this magic will work with these coins. I'm not sure if once it's in place on those people, it's on them until they complete the task, or if it's something that if we keep these coins away from them, it'll fade. It's a gamble right now at this point, and I hate saying that because I pride myself in understanding what we're dealing with. But this is magic that I've never dealt with.
My only concern is that, I understand you want these people to feel comfortable, but they're also not in their right mind.
It's not just comfort. I mean, if people are not comfortable, they tend to do dumb things. If they feel like they're prisoners being held in a guard tower, they may riot, somebody may get hurt. I'm trying to prevent people from doing stupid stuff. Individuals are intelligent. Groups are typically
Not.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I like the idea of the inn. I just don't know how we can control it very well.
And that is the problem there as well. I mean, there's multiple ways in and out, windows, doors. So I mean, if you all feel that it's better to put them in the tower, then you have my full support. It's just that is a concern of mine.
We could throw them a massive party, and then they'd have no reason to leave the inn.
Unless the magic is enforcing
They are
it.
kind of compelled at the moment.
You know what? Let's keep them in the guard tower for now. It's just on the safer side. Perhaps you're right. It would be better one entrance, one out. We have guards that can at least keep an eye on them to try to prevent them from leaving.
What do you think the best distance is between the artwork and the artist? Because one of the goals is to get them away from each other.
Well, wherever the art is, the coin should be there, away from the artist as well. I mean, how far apart are the guard towers? I mean, what's the distance between them?
A couple 100 yards, probably 200 yards.
That's hard.
It may be enough. There's a lot of magic that requires you to be much closer for it to be effective, but there are some magics that distance is no concern.
Well, you examine the coin, right? Did you have any idea how far it might require?
What was that?
Well, you examine the coins, right? Do you
Yes.
know if the spell, any idea if what spell it is that was put on it?
Well, as I was saying earlier, that's right. You stepped to the privy. When I came back, I was explaining to Morkant that the illusionary magic that we were sensing from it comes from a spell that I'm familiar with, known as Dream, where somebody is able to enter into someone's dream, speak to them, influence them, even affect their ability to get a full night's rest.
Does that
stopping
one
them.
have? Does that one have a distance requirement or limit?
Let me look at my notes. I do not believe that one does. I think it's more for like. Yeah, I don't think there is a distance on that one. No. As I pull out my notes on magic and look at it, I believe that one does not necessarily have a distance per se. But the other spell I'm not familiar with completely. But the gentleman that came out there confirmed that it is a domination type of magic. It charms, in a sense, they're able to put desires into somebody's mind to make them do the bidding of another, which I feel like with what these people have experienced is whoever's doing this is using a dream like ability, the magic from the dream, to enter these people's minds, and then using the other magic to force them to stay awake and work on these art. And this is where, and now normally there is a duration to the magic, but I don't know if these coins are cursed and tied to these people, and the magic is stuck on them, or if we keep the coins away from them for a long enough period, if the magic will fade from them.
How far away is the soul from the art district?
A couple of blocks, city block sizes. So,
well, when that wood carver came back from the soul, you had the first one where we got the first coin. You had the coin on you, right? So that means, that means the coin, the distance. Like, we were in the art district with the coin, and she was at the soul, so that means that distance, it could still affect her, so we might...
Possibly. But I don't know when the spell would have reset, and at some point we were near her, and then the next morning when she could have still been under the effects before the spell changed, she came back to the house, which we were going to, and I mean, there's a lot of things that could, change the outcome, but this is why I'd like to keep the coins completely away from them for at least a day or two to ensure, to discover if that is something that we can deal with. So,
well, all right. Sounds like we just need to stick to a plan and see what happens.
I think I'm also best suited to hold it because of my elven nature. I am not susceptible to the spell Dream. I don't really sleep like most do. I go more into like a trance. So yes, I don't believe that the dream should have the effect on me like it might on you others. So, for the time being, I think it's best that the coins do stay in my possession. I think I'm the less likely to be susceptible to their effects, if they can affect whoever has them.
Okay, well, I guess the question is now is, do we put them in the tower, or are we all good with them in the tower? I look at the group.
Yeah, I'm fine with that idea. We can keep an eye on both of them this way and not split ourselves too thin.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this as well. I mean, it's one location, all the coins and art.
You get thumbs up.
He's eating his fish. Give him a moment.
Good.
You say?
Are you alright with us taking him to the guard tower?
Yeah, Slava's been kind of looking at his fish the whole time.
I just, want to make it feel included.
Taking what to the guard tower?
The artist.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Like,
Okay.
I don't mind. And then he goes
Sadly, your
back to-
fish are armless. So,
Well, I suppose we should do that then.
okay. So the cart is already on its way. You get to the soul, and the artists are gathered and are waiting for where you want them to go. And they all look like they're hyped up on coffee.
Well, Colin, now might be the time to do the thing that you suggested you might do.
Are we going now? Have you got a place for us? Maybe a place where we can sleep.
What are we going to ask them? I really can't do this prayer for very long. I'm not particularly strong enough to make it last for a long period of time, but perhaps I can pull them out of their charm for just a minute or so. So we need to think about what we're going to ask them before I do it.
Perhaps we can talk to them about the accommodations that they're going to, like just kind of draw it out about where they're going to be staying. And they'll be staying there for like a day or two. And while we're having this conversation with them, then you're like doing the magic in the background. Like just explaining that we're going to take them to guard town.
No, that's fine. But like I said, the window at which I can pull them out of this charm is very short. So we need to know what the questions are going to be before we do it. So what do we want to ask them if we can break them from the charm? Because it won't last forever. They'll go right back into it. It's just a short, like 1 minute window.
Ooh. I think that they've been pretty honest about what they've seen, even with the charm effects. I doubt they're going to have much more information. But do you think it might be able to give them some respite?
At least give them a chance to talk for themselves. I don't know.
I think maybe perhaps we do it and see if they have anything that they can tell us that they haven't
right.
told us already.
Well, what's the question we want to ask?
That's what he said. Do they know anything else other than what they've already told us? That would be the only question I could think of.
One thing they haven't been telling us is when the person's shown up. They've said it's been in dreams, but obviously you got the coin before they had the dream. So we can ask them where they got the coin.
Yeah, where they got the coin. And
see if they know. There's a chance that this person can cast illusionary and enchantments that they may not even know. Who knows what this person is capable of? The magics are pretty powerful.
Let's try to group them as close as possible, and I'll see what I can do to see if we can pull some of them out of it, but it'll just be for a moment.
I'll say, gather around, everyone. We're going to come closer, get closer. I don't have to yell.
They come in tight.
I'll start explaining to them where we're going to be keeping them. I'm drawing out long enough for him to...
Yes, we're going to have some guards too, right? There'll be guards there.
That is the plan, yes.
I would like a guard too.
There's going to be guards for everybody.
So we can house it in a safe place.
It's just an action, so I can do it at any time.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and cast Calm Emotions on the group of artists.
Okay. And they all, it's like the monster wears off and their eyes almost unglaze and they just feel like this weight off of them and they look so tired now. And you can see some of them just sit down and you can tell, give them 5 minutes, they'll be asleep, that kind of thing. And some of them are like, oh my God, everything looks so different. Everything's so much less fuzzy.
Yes. Now I know that you guys are feeling a little bit different right now. That's because we've tried to free you momentarily from whatever you're under. Is there anything that you can recall that you have not told us? How you got the coins? Any more descriptions of the individual who brought them to you? Anything that you can remember at this moment that could be helpful in protecting you?
Make me a persuasion check.
Right.
Or roll.
You're not going to believe it.
Nat
20. Yes. Hell yeah.
And getting them to talk about the experience is almost, it's like getting people to talk about a dream that they don't really remember well and they don't really want to remember. Mm-hmm. And they go, he had an accent. He wasn't from here, I know that. he seemed so nice at first, and he paid very well. And all of them were in agreement. Yeah, he paid well. He paid way more than other people have paid. He was, but once you took the coins that he gave you, it was almost like a pall comes over you, and it's like everything becomes this blur. But I could hear his voice. It was so clear, and it was beautiful and not regal, but definitely educated.
Does it sound like the wizard they described that we met earlier?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he had an accent, and he sounded educated.
I'll describe him, his physical appearance, and see if any of them match that up to it.
Most of them are like, he wasn't short like that. You're just, no.
Could be
And
an illusion.
I mean, I guess you could say he was dark, but he wasn't. He was sort of like. He was darker than than a human from Elixia. It was a human, right? And the other was like, yeah, I think it was a human.
Do what they describe all match up to each other's stuff, or do they seem different each person?
They all seem to be the same.
Okay.
And one of them goes, what about when he came with the woman? And they're like, what woman?
Yes, what woman?
What does she look like?
What?
What does she look like, this woman?
Oh, she was young. She was very pretty. I don't recall exactly what she looked like.
Was she an elf or a human or?
I think maybe an elf. It's hard to tell because. And the others are like, we weren't visited by a woman. She's,
The person who's visited by her, what kind of art did they do?
he did. Do you know what etching is?
Etchings? Yeah.
Yeah, he does etchings. And he's fairly tall. This one. I mean, he seems to have fine, delicate hands. Like a lot of the craftsmen have very hardened hands. His are not like that. He does very, finery kind of stuff.
What can you recall from that visit, since yours seems to be different than everyone else's? Did the woman speak of anything? Did they do anything that you haven't heard the others say?
She spoke to him mostly, and when I refused at first to take any coin, I was too busy. And then when I spent a little time talking to her, I felt like I could put something aside for this opportunity. And I do remember she gave me a kiss on the cheek and a thank you, and it was very settling.
Is there anything else, Twin, while Morgant is performing? Do you have to maintain it, right, Morgant?
I just need to concentrate. It only lasts a minute though.
Okay.
So I can do other things, but.
Okay, so I didn't know if you were, because I saw you earlier, like you were praying, so I didn't know if you had
just, in my mind space, that's what I'm doing while you guys are doing this.
No, that's cool. I just didn't know if you were able to speak. I'll turn to you. Is there anything else that you guys think that I might be forgetting to ask before we run out of time?
Elaborate. I'm interested in the kiss on the cheek. I think that might be the catalyst of some sort of spell.
More than likely, like a touch effect.
Yeah.
It was no spell. She was just thanking me for I gave up other work to do this.
Would you normally do that?
Well, no, I had too much work already.
Then perhaps you were enchanted. We are dealing with this. The coins that you all were paid with had magic on them to basically make you do what they wanted.
Then why would the woman need to enchant me?
To get you to take the coin, to take the offer.
But the offer was more than I normally get paid. But you're right. I did refuse it. I didn't want to make the other people I was doing work for to not get their work. It wouldn't have
Did you
been right.
feel different? Any different afterwards?
I felt
Like,
good
why did
about
you-
my decision. It may, you know, I mean, it is a pretty girl kissing you on the cheek. How could you not feel good about your decision then? I suppose.
Did he make the decision after, and then she kissed him on the cheek, or did she kiss him on the cheek and then he caved?
He doesn't use the word caved, but he says, I think that I decided after the kiss.
Well, either way, I think she's manipulating you. Sorry.
I think we have enough. So now we know that there is possibly 2 people that we need to deal with. Descriptions of both of them to the best of all your ability. Obviously, the woman, there's only one person who can give us a description, but
Yeah. And he
we want to document that.
He does say she was dressed beautifully. She had very nice finery. Her clothing was really nice. More upscale than what you'd find in most of the city.
Did I give you a hair color? Blonde, brunette?
Oh, she had blonde hair.
Oh.
It's always the blondes. It's always the blondes. Never trust a blonde, sir.
Is Vesper blonde?
No, Vesron has black hair.
It was a dirty blonde, though, not like golden or anything. Like,
Oh, they're the worst. I'm dirty blonde in real life. They're the worst. They don't even know what they are. They don't know if they're blonde or brown. You can't trust
Just
them.
can't make a decision about it.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing we got this information. We should move these people while they're still feeling, better about where they're at. So, do we have our escort?
she was very pretty. I remember that very clearly.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
Beautiful women are hard to forget. That is for sure.
And then you see the artists all start to, like, their eyes get like worried again, and you feel your spell starting to wane. You're like, oh, I held that longer than a minute, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just look tired. I hope that helps.
Are we down there? We do know that there's 2 players potentially involved. I mean, unless he's using an illusion of a woman, but more than likely there's at least 2 people that we need to be on the lookout.
Pretty intense. That'd be an impressive illusion if you managed to actually kiss someone on the cheek and have them feel it.
Illusionary magic can really affect one's mind, especially if you have other things, enchantments, and who knows what this guy's combining. We already see that he
powerful
can.
enough to have access to this dream spell. That can't be something that simple.
Not at all. And
To make a lot of the coins too.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. To be able to imbue 22 coins with the same magic. Was it 21 or 22? I thought it was 22.
22.
22, yeah. So to be able to imbue that many coins with the magic, he's not somebody to take lightly, that is for sure. I think we're all lucky that Eslov survived the attack that he was in with the individual.
We just look over at Eslov. He's still eating his fish.
He's not eating. He's just thinking about it. Looking at it. He's been listening to the conversation too.
And one of the artists goes, "Should we get to the tower? I'm very nervous about being out and exposed."
We have the guards escort to help us. Morgan, are they here?
Are they here, Scott?
They're here. Yes.
Yeah,
I like how I
and
asked you, then you answered again. I love it.
I'm kind of with, yes, let's get going.
Perhaps we should escort them as well. Extra security, make sure they get to where they're supposed to be.
I think
Well,
we should see through.
Yeah, I believe now it's kind of our job to watch over the art and the the people until we can figure out how to save them.
Yes, I think we should escort the people, and then we go to secure the artwork.
All right.
Okay, well,
And-
let's join the caravan.
You join the caravan. Everyone starts heading over. The guards, they spread out, some to the front, some to the back, and the artists, they're just dragging their feet, but they're going. And
At some point, I would like to walk next to Morkan. At some point,
okay, go ahead. You're there.
Morkan. Last night we had a disagreement about how to handle things. I don't agree or condone the way you handled it, but I want you to understand that I don't think it was a terrible idea either. It's no worse than anything I could come up with. I'm just concerned about our people, as so are you. And I want to apologize for my aggression towards you and how I lashed out. I was just upset that we were not able to do more than what we've done so far.
Yes. And really, even what we're doing now is just our best shot in the dark. We can only try and do something and hope it helps.
I just want you to know that I do respect you, and I do see how much you care about your fellow people here. And
There is one thing very important I need to talk to you about. I did not sleep at all the other night. I'm getting quite tired. I need you to make sure those coins are very far away from me. When that woman talked about her dream, she mentioned a red veiled person. I had the same person in a dream the night before.
all right. It's
I
good
need you to
know.
make sure those are far away from me when I go to sleep.
I will do that.
I appreciate that.
Trying to think. I will try to stay further away from you while you're sleeping.
Yes, I would definitely appreciate that. I am getting quite tired at this point, so I will need to sleep tonight for sure.
Perhaps I would prefer you to stay with us, but we don't know.
I wouldn't leave. Something happens, I need to be there.
I agree. I don't know if maybe to ensure you don't get affected, if you should stay in the soul for the evening. But I don't know. We definitely need you there as well.
If I stay in the soul and something happens, I won't be able to live with myself. I can help. I should be there.
Understood. We should make the others aware of it as well in case.
I don't know that we really need to worry everybody. You are the expert on magic here, and that's why I'm telling you.
All right. I will do what I can.
I'm not normally one to put my problems on other people.
No, but if this thing does affect you, the others should know as well. So that way they are not taken by surprise. But I don't mean for them to know so they can try to protect you in any sense or be burdened with your concerns. It's just more for their safety as well.
If you think that's best, I'll defer to you when it comes to magic like this.
Well, I appreciate it. And again, I do apologize for my approach to you the other evening. So.
No worries. We're all trying to get to the same place.
I think so. And you are good people.
And you get to the same place. You get to the towers. And you arrive at the towers, and the guards, the fishermen are there, and they start, where do we put all this stuff?
Well, let's get the artist inside this tower, and then I'll take that fisherman aside, and I'll whisper to him, take it to literally the other tower. We'll walk with you and just be quiet about that aspect. We're gonna go to the other tower. We're just gonna try to be quiet about it. So don't go talking about it yet. We don't want the artists to know.
Okay.
How many guards do we have available for both towers?
There are 6 in one, and the one with the stuff is going to have 4.
Right. So we should make sure that they know that nobody's to leave the one tower for any reason. If there
And
is
no
an
one-
emergency, sorry, if there's somebody that does need to leave for some type of emergency, that one of us need to be notified first. And then for the other, we should make sure that nobody goes in other than the four of us.
Are all of us gonna stay at the artist tower or other place?
We could divide. They're not too far away, so they're within distance where if we needed to call, they could hear at the other tower. Yes, you said they're like 200 yards.
Yeah.
We-
You couldn't call
We
across
can
that.
pace between the two.
So we could have, which would be great because I think whatever tower I'm at, Morcant should be at the other, just so we have two different spellcasters available there.
Well, the towers are on the wall that separates the forest from the city, and in between them is the entrance to the city. It's the gate.
Can we walk along the wall?
You can if you go to the top.
We could camp in the middle of the wall.
Oh, that's a pretty good idea.
I will lean over to Morcant and like nudge him to remind him of our conversation from earlier as to why maybe distance between me and him would be beneficial.
I mean, two of us. I mean, you and Esloff can stay in the center, and then I can stay with the artist, and Vezrin here can stay with the objects.
That
Since
that
we
could
have
work.
the coins.
Okay, yeah, we could have one at each end and then two in the middle.
Yeah, and then when you hear screaming, come running.
Sure. That's a good sign.
And plenty of guards, so we should be fine.
I think whoever's in the middle, we could take turns. Whoever's in the middle is who's awake, and that way they can respond to either tower if need be.
Yeah, we can. I mean, it sounds like it's gonna be Eslov and I in the middle.
Well, we can switch out at some point, to give you guys a break to rest. No reason to sleep out on the walls during winter. Whoever's inside the towers is who's resting, but near the objects. So if somebody does come in, they can potentially hear what's going on. And then you have the people on the
Thinking
And
the point to be on
there are
it.
windows in the towers too that face in, none face out to the outside. You have to be along the walkway at the top to do that. But there are windows that face into the city, so you can get the air from out there. You're too distant to speak to each other or yell. I mean, you're not going to yell 200 yards or 300 yards very easily.
We can wave a torch though in the
You
night.
could, sure.
or a lantern. Boop boop boop. That's
Yeah,
OS.
lanterns.
Either way, I should sleep first because I only need 4 hours of rest.
Okay. So
And then-
what is the watch order?
I'll be asleep first, and then I'll go to the middle after my 4 hours. So
I can watch first.
Okay.
I'll sleep on the opposite end in case coins affect my dreams,
Okay.
even though they had nothing to do with my first dream, just paranoia.
And Eslov?
Yeah, I don't. Probably just waiting around.
you want to stay in the middle with her and sleep, and then she can stay awake and then tap you if she needs to, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. So you go to sleep. You get some rest. 3 or 4 hours in, maybe 4 hours. The guards cross the wall at the top. Evening. You doing all right up here?
Oh well, it's. I'm sure you understand the great and wonderful thing that is guard duty.
Oh yes. It
But
is a
I'm
great,
trying.
wonderful thing.
And she'll look over at Eslov, who's asleep. Eslov. All right, that's how you say it. Eslov.
And they
Well, and I'm sure he's asleep. I'm thinking.
he handles it well.
Yeah, he's built for the cold, apparently. But I'm fine out here. It's just boring. And I'm afraid to play my Cruth or anything like that because I don't want to wake up that slow.
Well, good
Where's
night.
the tower?
Same. Just because there are more people in it doesn't mean it's any different.
Yeah.
Nothing ever happens here anyway. And he keeps going.
Well, apart from the predicament we're in.
And while you're talking to him, make me a perception check.
Sure. Okay. That's an 18.
You see,
Okay.
in the darkness of the night, you can see kind of something rising up from the tower with the artists in it. And you realize it's smoke. And then suddenly you hear a bell. Ding, 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 ding.
That doesn't look good.
Fire! There's a fire in the tower!
I'm gonna
You
shake
hear people start
Eslov
yelling
awake.
out.
Yeah, I'll get up.
You immediately
There's a
smell
fire.
You immediately
What?
smell fire.
Wait. What'd you say, Tiffany?
Apparently, there's another fire.
Do I hear
Did I-
this as well? Because I would have just woken up. So would I?
Yeah,
it's 4 hours in.
it's after your 4 hours.
I will go down. I will go to the guards outside that are on this one and say, "Stay where you are." And I'm going to stay here as well because if we go over there, it could be a distraction to come here.
The people there may die. We've got to get them out of the tower.
My comrades and your fellow guards are over there. We have to make sure that this is secured as well.
Morkan, you wake up to the smell of fire.
What is on fire around me?
Well, you see smoke rising up over the tower from the side from a window. So the fire must be inside somewhere.
Am I not inside sleeping?
Oh, I thought you were up on the tower, on the other tower.
I thought I was in the tower with the artist.
Okay, then you're in the tower, and you wake up to the smell of smoke anyway. But you're in with the artists, and the artists are all asleep. And they
And
look like
how
they're
much-
solidly asleep.
Okay, did I get my full
You did.
full rest?
Yeah.
Okay. How much smoke is in here?
Well, you can see there's smoke that is going by the window from somewhere downstairs, and you see people suddenly coming from the tower above, from above the top of the tower down the stairs on the wall, and they're heading down. And you hear this bell going ding 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 ding.
I guess I'll start heading down with them to see what the source of the fire is.
And
Yeah, I'm coming with.
and you guys are heading over. All of you catch up with the guards, except Vesrin.
What I would do is
If you
say, I'm gonna get Vezrin. You go over there. I'm not great with fires. I don't know. I'll get Vezrin.
And you head over, and when you get there, you can. Morkant has already gone down with the guards to try and deal with the fire. When you get in the room, you see this man in the center of the room, and he looks surprised that you're there, coming from the outside, because it looked like all the guards had already passed. And he's wearing this red coat with like a gray lining to it, and he's about 6'3" or 4", and he's standing in the center of the artists, and the artists are all starting to wake up around him. What are you doing?
Do I recognize it?
You don't. They're starting to wake up. We need to get them out of here before the fire gets to them. Perhaps up. And the artists all start to stand. What's that smell? Oh, there's a fire. There's a fire. We got to get out of here. And a couple of them head to the stairs and they see the smoke start to billow up. And then they head the other way to the other stair that would go to the top. Help them. Let's go. So what are you doing, Eslov?
Am I the only one there?
You're the only one there at the moment, other than the artists and this person.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. In that case, I'm gonna start escorting people away.
And they start shuffling up the top. Let's get them to the top. Maybe they can get along the wall somewhere away from the fire.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to lead them. Just to be the loud person that's telling them where to go.
And you get to the top, and Vesrin, you and Caradwin see some of the artists sort of pop up through the from the other tower, and suddenly they're looking around and they start heading towards you.
No, this is not right. We need to stop them.
Morkant, you hear, before you get started, Morkant, from down below, you hear some shuffling above as you're heading down the stairs. And then you hear someone say, we need to get them out of here. We don't want everyone to die in the fire. And that's not a voice you recognize, and it was way more awake than any of those artists were.
Do I feel the heat from the fire down below, or do I just see smoke coming up?
Right now you just see smoke. But, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
But I'm wondering. And all 6 guards are heading down that are in this tower?
The ones who are at the top, there were 2 guards who were on the bottom. They're already down there.
I look and go, oh, fuck, it's a trick. And then start running up the stairs.
Okay. And as you get up the stairs, you see a bunch of the artists are up on the top. And in here is Eslov is kind of, I guess, steering them up the stairs. I don't know. What are you doing, Eslov?
Doing what the guy told me to do.
Okay, so you're guiding them up, and he's coming up from behind and helping steer them up also. And you don't recognize him, Morkant. He's dressed different than the artists. You would have recognized the clothing.
Now, is the red similar to what I saw in my dream?
It is identical. Matter of fact, the jacket is identical. And he stops when he sees you recognize that. He doesn't know what you recognize, but he knows that you noticed something. We need to get the artists up. Help.
If I'm to understand the situation, outside of the guard tower, along the wall, right outside the door would be me, then would be the group of artists with the guy in red. Past that is Eslov, and then coming down near Eslov is the rest of them, right?
Eslov is with the artists. This guy's actually in the middle of the room still, trying to get them out. And you're between him now and the artists.
Okay, I'll just yell, Eslov, the guy in red. We need to capture him.
I'm going to turn and look at him and just throw a haymaker.
Well, he's not close enough to be just punched. You'd have to move to him.
Okay. How far away is he?
20 feet.
I'll try and tackle him.
You can get to where he is. Okay. Tackle him.
Seven.
That does not tackle him.
There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke.
He just woke up too.
And when you go to tackle him, he backs away and he swings at you. And he hits you with an open hand, and you feel it cut. Which was weird for hands. You take 3 points of damage. And you realize those aren't hands, those are claws. and he backs away quickly.
Can I go for his feet?
We need to get the artist out of here.
You need to let us know who you are now.
Can I get it? Let's get an initiative rolls.
Do you want me and Dwayne to roll them just so we have them? Even though we're not necessarily in this fight?
Sure.
Because we're...
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to need them anyway for whatever you're going to do with the artists in the first place, as they come charging into your direction.
And
Okay. More
4.
Oh, damn. You tied somebody.
Sweet. Me and artist number 12.
Yay!
Eslov, what do you want? You're going to try and tackle him again, or what are you doing?
no, yeah, I'm gonna go for his.
Got a
I'm,
bunch.
I'm assuming I'm on the floor right now,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna scramble for his feet and try and grab him.
Okay. Make your attack roll. Try and get
Just so you know, Scott, I got a 14.
14. Okay.
I also got a 14.
How weird.
We're working
11.
in Simo.
What's your dex? Mine's a 12.
I have a +3.
Okay, you'll go ahead of me.
So make your grapple.
11.
11.
Yeah.
And you get his foot, and you get it tight enough that as he's pulling away, and it's really weird as you're pulling at him, he lifts his foot off the ground and his other foot comes off the ground too, and Morkant, you see wings sprout from his back, and he starts pulling Eslov to the window.
What kind of wings?
Kind of black ravenish wings.
He's evil. Kill him. No.
Doesn't mean he's evil.
Black wings. It's
They're
never
not
good.
bat wings. Artists all start showing up over there. There's a fire over there. We got to get down the tower, out of there.
No, you need to stay here on the wall. You're fine. Do not go forward.
Make me a perception check. Not a perception, a persuasion check.
All right.
At disadvantage.
Okay. Wow. Rolled good. 19 and a 17.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. +3. So my lowest one's a 20.
And,
Nice.
and the front of them just sort of stopped there. But there's a fire over there. We don't want to burn. We're not going to burn.
You're not in the tower. Stop.
The tower is made of stone. Relax.
And they start piling up against each other, and they're, as crowds are wont to do.
Where's Eslov and Morkant?
Morkant, what are you doing?
So with him being held back, will I be able to intercept and get in way of the window?
Maybe.
Like,
You can move
okay.
there. He would have to. You are both about the same distance from the window.
but he's being held, so he should be moving
Yes, correct.
slower in theory. Eslov has high strength.
He does.
Reasonably.
So I'm going to go ahead and cast Gust of Wind in the opposite direction of the window to push the smoke out of the door, one, and to prevent him moving, or to slow his moving rather, as I get between him and the exit.
Okay. When you say between him and the exit, you mean him and the window or him and the
The window where
exits? Right.
the window where he's appearing to try to leave.
Yeah. Okay. And you do your cast, and between your wind and Eslov, he is really kind of in an immovable place, and it's more like he's as hard as he's beating his wings, he's staying in one place, and he turns back down to you, Eslov, and he strikes at you with his claw, and he hits, and you take 3 more points of damage. Let me go! And back up top.
Not
What
gonna
do
say
you guys
anything. I'm gonna try and suplex him.
You are the most grappling person I think this game has ever seen. So the artists are all there. You see smoke coming out the door on the bottom. The bell is still ringing. You can see people from the town even starting to bring
Water.
lanterns, and some are starting to bring water. But this is pretty far from the water that way. They'd have to go to the lake and along the wall to get it. But
Do you want me to make an unarmed attack, or do you want me to make a strength check?
well, what are you trying to do? Are you
Suplex.
just trying to
Like
okay,
a German suplex.
Yeah, you can attack him. You're at advantage because you have already got him.
21.
That would definitely do it.
Oh, with advantage?
Yep.
Okay, that's right.
Never know, might roll that 20.
24.
Okay. You bring it.
Bring the pain, baby. Bring the pain.
And you wrap him in a way that brings him down hard. And when you do, he brings his wings back and he just lets himself drop. And his wings sort of merge back into his body.
That's 5 damage.
Okay. What are you doing, Carradwin? I haven't heard from you yet.
She's just sort of backing up Ezrin and trying to look like authority. Because as far as she knows, there is a fire, but Ezrin is trying to stop them. So she's like, okay. So if she doesn't see anything, the fight's still occurring within the other tower, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So she's just trying to keep everyone calm on top of the.
Yeah, so they're all jammed up at not being able to get to this tower, but not back at.
That would have been what she was doing last turn, right?
Yeah, so with them all there, you can see that there's concern on all of their faces, and there's definitely an internal debate in their heads about what to do here.
All right. So at the start of this turn for us, I would tell the guards that are here to make sure they don't go in the other tower, and I would run and use my action to run towards where our friends are. So then I'm assuming you do the same, Carolyn, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would follow suit. Okay, this is where we're going.
We have to make sure they don't get in there, because obviously I feel like more confident that this was designed to send them towards the art.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're gonna go see what's happened at the other tower. You guys stay put.
Okay, we'll stay here. One of them goes, "It's cold out here."
But right now, it's the safest place for you.
Would you rather go back into the fire?
They don't say anything. They just wait
Run.
there. And you start heading over. So you pull him down and you've got him suplexed. And he's not as strong as you. It's very obvious. And Morkant, you see he has him in a way that it doesn't look like he's going to get out of very easily.
I've got him in a chokehold right now.
Yeah.
I'm using my legs to pin him.
And
So,
what do you do? Yeah.
is it me or is it Esloff?
You can do what you
Oh,
want.
it's my turn?
Yeah.
I guess I'll redirect the wind as a bonus action to push downward to see if I can extinguish whatever fire is down there.
Okay.
And while I'm doing that, I'll walk up to him while he's pinned. I'll grab my mace and I'll try to hit him in the head really hard.
Okay.
Gonna kill him or knock him out?
I'm not sure.
He's a skull in Morkant.
More caught the Mr. Let's not kill him. Now we know how to get more to kill people. Just attack people in his town.
Hold
Now
him.
you-
And it's
Hold
with
him
advantage
still.
because he's being grappled and
Just
he's
hold him
prone.
still. He'll kill them. So you plonk.
He was saying, is it an advantage?
Is
Roll
it
to
advantage
see-
because he's prone?
Yeah, totally. But he is struggling, and then he sees you take your mace out, and the struggle turns a lot more wiggly.
So, 22.
Oh yeah, you get him, and boom.
And that'll
goes back.
7 damage.
Okay. And he goes out. And you two
Unconscious?
show up. Yeah, he gets knocked out. And the two of you show up. And you see you show up just as Morkant is bringing a mace down on the head of some guy.
Jesus, Morkant.
Melon.
Plonk.
Spare the dying.
What's going on, Morkant?
Violent.
60 miles an hour wind is forcing straight down his
Right. There's a
2
heavy
seconds
wind in
later,
the
you
air.
see a slow crawl out from underneath the guy. Well-
Morkant, I don't think I've ever seen you bashing somebody's head before.
This is actually the second time you see me bash in somebody's head. But
That's true.
he, as you said, he is quite powerful, and I think we need to take all the precautions. So what can we do to make sure he doesn't do the fire thing again?
Bind
And
his
did-
hands and bind
Did
his
my
mouth.
gust seem to stop the smoke from coming up?
Yeah, it did.
Just
And then we'll
like
break concentration.
I will tell you, just like we did with that creature out in the forest, bind his hands, his mouth, and his eyes. If he can't see or talk or use his hands, we can stop most of the magic that he might be able to do.
Just cut the hands off.
There we go. Let's get all the artists back in here.
Well, is it safe?
I mean, we have him. He
No, but
appears.
the fire. Is the fire
Yeah,
dealt
what happened
with?
to the fire?
There's no more smoke. It's probably gone. I didn't feel any heat as I was going down. I don't know if there was any actual fire.
Yeah, there's no
It
more
was
smoke.
probably this guy.
And
Right.
a couple of the guards come up. Like there was no fire. There was just a heavy smoke coming from the fireplace. It was most unusual.
Oh.
Tell
Well,
the, go ahead.
Perhaps we should tell the artist that so they'll be calm and we're
I was
just...
going to say, let's tell the guards to secure this person, and we should go and make sure those artists aren't trying to push past those other guards since we're not there at this point.
Yes.
Good idea.
Okay. And you get up there and you see that the artists are pushing past the guards on the other tower, and there's just so many of them that the guards can't seem to keep them back as they're swarming around them trying to get down the stairs.
So okay.
How
you
how
see-
big of a radius are all of the artists in?
The top of the tower is probably 30 feet across.
Okay, so it'd be in a 20-foot radius for all of them.
Sure.
And I'm just going to cast Calm Emotion to get them out of their charm long enough for us to talk to them.
Okay.
Can I make it look like
Well-
when they open the
Well, you
door?
don't know that's happening, Morkant. You're downstairs.
Oh.
Hold
Oh,
on, hold
I thought
on.
I was running with them.
Oh, you went up
Never
with them?
mind.
Okay, that's fine. You can go up with
Yes.
them.
When we see them trying to push past, when I see the door opening up, I will cast Minor Illusion to make it look like there's a fire right in front of whoever's at the door to make them back out. Make it look like flames are right there.
And they back away.
Okay.
There's a fire here too! And they start heading the other way towards you, and past those guards. And Morkant, you do see them on the other side, and they
Okay,
look
if they're-
sincerely
if they're-
freaked out though.
If they're coming back, then I won't cast that.
Okay, I'll just... I guess Carrotman will just start shouting, "Everything's fine! The fire's been put out! Come back this way!"
And Eslov, what are you doing with your victim down here?
Kind of holding him. Well, I'm not really holding him anymore. I'm just kind of kneeling next to him, paying attention to see if he wakes up. And if he does,
We secured him, right? He is secured, hands tied, mouth, eyes.
Not yet. I mean, you're still in the middle of the heat of all this
Well,
stuff.
then I'll do that.
Okay, so you start wrapping him. And when you're doing it, he disappears and the ropes fall to the ground. He sort of melts away into the air.
I just kind of stare at the ropes.
And they just fall into a wrap.
I look back up at the party.
What?
I look back up at the party.
Well, the party's upstairs. Oh,
Oh.
they're dealing with the artists. The artists are starting to show up, coming across,
We come back down.
and it's just Eslov.
Where did he go?
I he just kind of stammers. He like
That's
holds
new
up the
for you.
ropes.
Did he turn? So you're telling me he turned into air?
No, yeah, kind of. He's gone.
So he just sort of vanished as you tried to tie him up?
Pretty much.
Oh, God.
Eslov, you're cut. Do you need healing?
Oh, I didn't even feel it. I'm
Oh.
fine.
All right.
Well, how did this guy even get in here?
He was here when I got here.
Hmm.
I thought he was some sort of official.
He did look dressed like he could be an official.
He was dressed regally.
Well, I think we thwarted whatever plan he had for now, but he did get away.
I don't know. We still need to check on the art.
Maybe he's dead.
True.
Yes.
Well, let's try to get everyone back down here settled in, and then we'll check on the art.
Yeah, the artists start showing up. Where there's no more smoke in here, huh?
Nope,
The
fire's out.
gone?
Yep, fire's gone.
We just can't get a night of sleep, can we?
Well, hopefully after that, things will be quiet again.
And
We're working over it.
they kind of, even as they're coming in, they look nervous and like disconcerted from everything that had happened. Why was there a fire tonight? That makes no sense. That must have been more than a fire. And they're like, yeah, that was an attack probably on us. They're not all idiots.
Well, we traced it back to the fireplace, and it got really smoky. You know, maybe the wind came in. Either way, problem's gone. You guys are safe again.
And they all come in and they start to relax and calm down. It takes them a while. So what do you think happened then? So it wasn't even really a fire, it was just smoke.
I sort of like look over to like Vezra and I'm like, how should we handle this?
I believe whoever did this is potentially trying to use illusions or trickery to make us believe that there was a fire to get you over there towards the art. And as I suspected, you panicked, and you, after I left, you tried to go towards the art.
What? Yeah.
Luckily, Morkant, and I'm assuming that you guys kind of would have given us a quick brief of like what you experienced. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, Morkant and Eslov were able to stop the infiltrator, and we were able to prevent you from getting over there, and now all is safe, and you should be able to rest. As we said, we will protect you. Nobody here is harmed. You all are protected. We should take a head count, though, to make sure everybody is here.
Make me a perception check, the four of you.
Wow, that's
No.
another natural 20 for me. That's
7.
What? Damn.
Come on, something good.
I got a 10 total, so.
All right.
17.
Oh, okay. You and Caradwin see on the floor near some of the stuff had been shuffled around. There's something shiny under someone's bedroll, just sticking out, and it looks familiar.
I'll go over and Just kind of move the bedroll over and see what's underneath it.
There's a coin there.
Veteran, we found another one.
That makes 23. Does anybody else have one of these coins?
I didn't have a coin, and all of I didn't have a coin.
Whose bedroll is this?
And it's my bedroll, but I had no coin.
So, this might sound crazy, but let's strip them all naked and move them to another tower.
Well, these are the only 2 towers on the wall.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Maybe this mysterious interloper brought the coin with him, and then
Perhaps.
left it here.
I mean, this person could potentially have abilities to go invisible to the naked eye.
We need to
You may
check
have-
everyone's bedroll to see if there's more coins.
Yes, it appears so.
And I'm going to start doing that.
Okay. And as
Into
you-
your pockets, into your stuff. We're going to make sure that there's no more of these possessed coins on any of you.
No, I mean most people have a knife or something that they brought to in case they needed to defend themselves, but that's the only metal you see on anybody. There's no more coins.
I'll detect magic as well.
Okay, the coin is magic.
Yes, we are dealing with somebody who knows what they're doing, that's for sure.
We certainly do. This can... Well, we suppose we should check out the Ark now.
Yes. It's been left unattended for far too long.
Watch those now.
Okay, and you head over to the art, and when you get in there, the art is just in a big pile everywhere. You know, in the middle of a room, the room next to the one down from the roof.
I'm
Gonna
gonna
stay
go
with the artist.
poke it to make sure it still exists.
It's not an illusion, you mean?
Yeah.
Scott, I'm going to stay with the artists.
Okay.
Yes. I was going to suggest one of us do it. Thank you for being the volunteer.
Okay. And they as you're going to the art, it feels real. It doesn't feel like your hands don't go through it or anything like that, but you know, it seems to be there. Make me an intelligence check.
I was going to say, does my detect magic detect anything?
No?
That's gonna be a big old 5, Scott.
Okay. Carradwin can also make it. She's with you.
Oh, okay. Hopefully.
Morkan can't. Vesrin can't.
Oof. That's just an 8. It's just intelligence, not like history or.
No.
Oh yeah, it's just an 8.
Yeah, it's just piled up in the center of the room, so.
Doesn't look like anyone touched it.
Does it look like we have all the pieces still? Can we do a count of everything? There should be something for every one of those artists over in that other room. Is there anything
Well,
missing?
Did
Some of them have
we?
more than one.
Yeah. Be multiple from some. Did we take some kind of itinerary? Maybe we would have to return things to people.
True.
No, but.
God,
know
did the
how many
guards
there are.
make an itinerary?
Not at all. The guards
Were the
could care
guards
less.
smarter than us? No,
No.
clearly not.
To recognize their own art, probably. So we were like, no.
No, I mean, Vesrin's right. You at least know how many artists there are and how many pieces there were.
Okay, let's do a count.
Hey, well, we have a rough idea of how many pieces there would be.
You start sorting them and counting them, counted, uncounted, and when you get
Are
done,
we still opposed to not just destroying all of this?
Hold on, what were we about to say, Scott? Before
no,
you-
I'll let him continue.
Okay.
Say that while you go,
I don't know. Perhaps.
and you're counting as you talk.
I don't know. Perhaps.
19.
I mean, the more we deal with this, the more I feel like I'm worried about. I mean, Eslov destroyed that one piece, and the whole shop almost went up in smoke for him destroying that. I mean, what's to say what will happen if we destroy all of them?
Here's my biggest fear. that the person in which we fought went down relatively quickly. And you're saying the one who cast the fire and that one would have been rather powerful. I didn't see a single spell. And it just tried to run. We went to go knock it out and then it disappeared. I don't think we were fighting what it was. I think we're being toyed with.
And you finish your count and you realize you're one piece short.
There's one missing.
I had a feeling something like this would happen. I was trying to stay over here, but I was concerned about the fire. I should have just stuck with my gut and stayed. I blame myself.
Does anyone recognize which piece we're missing?
Who are you asking?
I think everybody. Do any of us recognize what Peach is missing now that we're looking?
Oh, as you're looking around, you realize that the piece that was made by the metal worker, the nicer piece, is the missing piece.
Oh. Well, they took one of the nicer pieces.
Nicer. Yes, I'm sure.
I mean,
They have a high standard.
she are there torches on the wall?
There are lanterns. They use oil, whale oil. To burn.
That would be really... Well, maybe we just take a tiny one and then kind of burn it a little and see what happens. I mean, clearly they want the art. Maybe we should see if the metal worker was, I don't know, affected by the art going away.
And you see somebody coming up the stairs. It's one of the guards. You all okay in here?
Something's missing.
What you mean? Maybe a perception, no, an intelligence check.
Who?
Everyone in that room.
17.
16.
Better than last time. I got a 6.
He's holding a mug that you would drink coffee in, and it's nice and hot.
What does it say on it?
Nothing. It's not that kind of mug.
Where did you get that coffee? I mean, have you had time to go get a fresh coffee?
No, it was brought to us.
Who
By
brought it?
who?
Well, the wife of the captain of the guard brought it.
Oh, well, that's nice.
What does she look like?
Brought it for all of us.
For all
What
of
does
you. Or she
Yeah.
did.
For the guards downstairs. Us.
When did she bring it? During the fire?
A little before that, I think. But the fire is out, so...
The problem is while you're drinking coffee that was given to you by somebody who happened to come right before fire, one of the pieces that we're supposed to be protecting was taken.
Well, that's not possible. We never left our station.
I'm not saying that you did leave your station. I'm not saying that you failed to do your job. I'm saying that perhaps you were distracted by somebody who then used magic to get their way into here and stole a piece.
Maybe we just need one of us always staring at this pile of stuff.
I think so. I don't think it matters at this point. I think whatever they wanted, they've come and taken.
I mean, well, I think they want more than just the one piece.
Can you describe the wife, the woman? I want to see if it matches up to the description of the person who gave the kiss.
She was younger than I thought the captain's wife would be. She had dirty blonde hair, very pretty too, which is really unusual for him, I would think. Wait, don't tell him I said that.
This is your first time meeting her. She's never brought coffee before.
No, he said that we were on a special mission tonight to make sure that we were taken care of, so he had her bring some.
Did she give a name?
Well, yes, Melia.
No. We need to speak to the captain's wife.
She was very
And the
nice,
captain.
though. I mean, she was not here to steal
I'm sure
anything.
she was just lovely. But the where's the captain of the guard?
He's in the other tower, I think.
All right, I'm gonna go talk to the captain of the guard.
Okay.
I'm
So-
going to go ritual cast purify food on drink. Is the coffee in like one thing, or do they just bring a bunch of individual coffee?
It was brought in one thing.
I'm going to go ritual cast purify
Okay.
food and drink on the coffee while they
Okay.
do whatever they're doing.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Doesn't hurt, right?
No. So, when you go over, you find the captain of the guard. He's somewhere in there, dealing with. They're all looking at the smoke, trying to figure out how it happened. They got the fireplace fired back down to, a normal size. It was a little bit big, but not enough to cause the smoke. And he sees you coming down. What? So are all the artists okay up there?
Yeah, as far as we know, the artists are fine right now. Interesting story. Apparently, your wife came by and dropped off some coffee.
Really?
Do you have a
That-
wife?
That is amazing. I don't have a wife.
I was thinking that.
Why were you thinking I wouldn't have a wife?
Well, I mean, you just so.
I'm not a bad-looking man, and I do
Oh, you're
take care of
fine.
my
Fine.
job.
It's just, I was just. Look, it looks bad. You're a lovely person, I'm sure. This just didn't really come out right. Look, I can help set you up later, but right now, some suspicious woman's giving out drugged coffee to people, and we think it's really a total of this.
One of the
Let's go.
alt pieces is missing.
Stay here. I need to go see what happened on the other tower. And make sure those artists don't get bothered anymore.
I guess I'll stay with the artist.
I think Eslov's
Well,
up there as
Eslov's
well.
up there. Actually, he goes through the room with the artists. He goes up to the top of the tower, and he looks in at the artists. And you see Eslov that Carradine is with one of the guards, and they stop and they look in here at the artist for a moment. And the guard looks over at you and he goes, "Everything okay in here? Is there anything funny going on anymore?"
We think it's fine right now.
No, he says that to Eslov, who's
Oh.
in the room with all the
Yeah,
artists.
I thought he might have been talking to me, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
I'm looking. Nothing's happened, right?
nothing.
Yeah, Eslav will look around and just say, "No, it's quiet in here."
And he heads back. He heads up the stairs. Let's get across to the other tower. Whatever's happening here is. It's not just a burglary, it seems.
You want me to follow him?
No, he says that to Carradine, who's with him. And one of the
wait.
artists is looking at you,
Is he looking at Eslov or me?
at Eslov.
Okay.
Sorry, Eslov. One of the artists
I
is
like-
looking at you, and he goes, "Who? Did you see somebody in the room during the fire?"
I saw quite a few people in the room.
Was there a bald man?
Bald man?
Yeah,
Was there? Was
Yeah.
that guy bald?
yeah.
No. Yeah, I saw the bald man. I tackled him, kicked his ass.
I think he's the one I've seen in my dreams.
Not gonna lie, I kind of figured.
And he looks suddenly much more nervous than he was before.
I beat him once, and if he comes back, I can drop him again. There's nothing to worry about.
Thank you for that, at least. But how did he get in here?
He was in here when I arrived. If anyone's gonna remember, it'd be one of you.
I don't remember him coming in with us. I would have recognized him. I don't understand what's happening here. Why? Oh, am I in a dream right now?
Come here, let me pinch you.
Oh, that's the solution.
And you pinch him. Ow! No, that sure felt real. I don't feel like that was a dream.
He
pinch.
actually wanted me to do that. Like, okay, that's the best solution.
Does that work? By the way, I've never known whether that worked or not. I guess it did this time.
I swear I felt pain in dreams before. That's not a real thing. Personally speaking.
And he sits right there, like he stays near to where you are. We should probably get the younger ones closer to you, and maybe even the weaker ones, I guess.
Whoever wants to sit near me is welcome to.
Well, there's only so much
I'm here to
room.
keep everyone safe.
And Kara, when you guys head across, come down into the other tower, and in the room you see that Morkant is there. He's got a flask of coffee that he's done a ritual on, a spell on, and one of the guards is in here. The other two are downstairs, and the captain of the guard comes in, and the guard stands to attention. Sir. So my wife came to visit you. Is that correct? Sir, yes, sir. Have I ever brought my wife in here? No, sir. Then how do you know it was my wife? She said she was your wife. She said she was my wife. That's it? Morkant here is my wife. Do you believe me? No, sir.
I give a wink.
No, sir. Don't believe anyone that says they're my wife, since I have no goddamn wife.
Sir, if I completely agree with you, but this woman is capable, I believe, of magic that can charm people. She may have messed with their minds, and this is not just them being ignorant, but perhaps they were under the influence of a spell. Just keep that in mind, sir, that these men may be victims in all this as well.
Well, if that's the case, nobody's safe anywhere.
This is quite possibly true. And clearly, they got what they wanted. They got us all running here and there. We were able to come in here and take something.
Well, my question is, how did they know what our plan was? Who else knew about the plan?
I
I don't
mean,
know.
we did drag a large cart through town all the way here to the towers.
And the
We weren't
artists.
particularly subtle with taking the things out of the shops either.
Yeah.
It wasn't that we were necessarily hiding what we were doing. We were just trying to put it in two locations that we can watch. I mean, technically,
Well, I
anybody
mean,
could-
people knew we were gathering stuff in the cart, but they didn't know what we were going to do with it. And
I'd like to.
we didn't decide where we were going to take the artists until we had all the stuff in the cart ready. So there actually was a really brief amount of time where we actually had all the information at once.
I'm just curious how the individual was able to get a coin into there.
I mean, I think we might have.
If they're comfortable confronting the guards, it's quite possible they slipped a coin onto one of the guards after charming them,
True.
which means there aren't many people we can actually trust.
By the way, is my familiar able to fly?
Yeah.
I would like to send my familiar out to see if they're able to spot anybody matching that woman's description in the nearby area. And, like, basically go in vision mode and look through it.
Okay. And Make me a perception check.
Natural 18. Much better than my last one. I don't know if my bonuses are with the bird's eyes, so I don't have stats for it yet.
And you see someone heading towards the artist district. Sorry, not someone, two people. And one of them is carrying the piece of art.
I will, as I'm, you guys, basically, you see me sitting here, I tell my bird to like fly off. You see the bird leap from my shoulder, fly out, search, and you see my eyes go white. And I kind of put my hand on like one of your shoulders. And then as I see that, I will tell you, I think I found the individuals. They look like they are heading back to the art district. There's two of them, and they have the piece. We should
I'll
get
grab
this moving.
Ezra.
We should
You
head
guys
that
head
way.
there. We'll meet with you.
All right. I will. I don't know if I can snap and have my bird come back to me.
It'll come back.
Actually, no, I won't. No, actually, I won't. What I will do is I will keep the bird watching them and following them and periodically checking in as we're heading that way as well.
Okay. And as it does, it goes into some shop that looks like it like has a needle and thread or something, like a tailor or something shop. They enter that shop.
I will describe the sign to you since you're with me.
Oh, we were
The
there.
mask maker.
You know that shop.
All right, I'll go get Esloff. I'll meet the two of you there. Can I have the guards destroy all this stuff, or do you want to hold on to it?
Please. The captain says, please get rid of this stuff.
Captain, if your men will make this completely broken garbage that can no longer be reassembled, that would be lovely.
We could go throw it in a bonfire outside.
I would
outside the wall.
greatly appreciate that, and I'll go get Esloff and then head over.
Okay.
And I will let them know when they're done to send people towards that location as well, in case we fail. Then they can maybe do what we
Okay.
weren't able to.
He looks at you and goes, there's enough of us, we can do both.
Perhaps it'll be easier if we don't bring everybody in and immediately bring attention to ourselves. If we go in a smaller group, as like a first wave, then your men can come afterwards.
And he stops for a minute and he goes, wait, you said that the sign had a needle and thread in the artist district?
Yes.
Well, that would be Jasmine's place.
Her name. I never asked for it.
Oh, aren't we rude?
Why would you go in there? She's been here for so long.
I don't know. That's what we're going to go find out.
It's mind control, sir. I don't believe it's her.
I don't even know if it is her. I'm telling you what I saw. Two individuals heading into that shop.
And I'm going to have already taken off. I don't feel
Yeah.
the need for this conversation to continue.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. With that,
Going.
we don't have time for this. Let's go.
And you head out. You go and get Eslov. Wait, who's going to get Eslov?
Morgan.
I will.
Morgan. Okay.
You go procure the Dragonborn.
Right. And you see Morgan
Eslov.
come down the stairs fast.
Esloff, we got to go. We found them.
I'm gonna look around at the artists, just sort of like wave to them, and then get up the stairs.
Wait, where are you going? Where are you going?
I will be back soon.
And they start
Stay where you
following
are. No, stay where you are.
But the guards here are idiots.
I'm telling
Yes,
you.
but they come in great numbers.
I'm telling you, stay where you are.
And they nervously look around, and the guards look at them.
Like,
What did you say?
I'm gonna toss the most able-bodied looking artist one of my hatchets. Not like throwing it at him.
Right, I understand. At his feet or something.
all right, with that. Catch! Oh
He
shit!
catches it.
If that bald man comes back,
Like,
I want. If anyone shows up who's not a guard, hit him with that. and they're not going to be that much of a problem. for
And
much
the
longer.
artists, all the artists, they like, when you start leaving, you feel, or you hear the sound of blades being lifted and hammers. Some of them had little hammers and chisels and nut daggers.
Maybe
And
that
they all
wasn't
start
the
like,
best
they all start sitting around like in a campfire circle with their weapons out. Their weapons being mostly tools.
Yeah,
It
you
works,
do a
it
lot
works.
with the tool.
The guards chuckle a little bit at that. And you guys head out. And as you're getting down to the bottom of the tower, you see on the other tower, Caradwin and Vesrin are a little bit ahead of you, but heading out also. And you gather
the
up
art
as you're
district.
heading out. You start heading to the art district. It's the middle of the night, 3, 4 in the morning, and the when you get into the arts district, it's abandoned. There's nobody in there. There's really no bars or anything here or anything. So there's not even nightlife going on. And you have all the artists. So there's also that.
I would say as we get in here, normally I would be against the B&E, but I think we should just go ahead and break in. So,
Vezrin, before you go in, know there's some magic chalk on top of the fireplace.
but do you know what type of magic?
I forgot, but it's there. Just keep that in mind.
Abjuration.
Morcon forgot.
Oh, Morcon forgot? Okay. I thought you forgot, but not maybe Morcon didn't.
Morcon didn't think that much of it. Someone has a magic item. He's not going to make a big deal about it, I don't think.
Gotcha.
So I don't think he
Gotcha.
bothered to remember.
Okay. All right. Magic chalk. Let's figure out what we're dealing with.
Okay. So the door is locked.
Eslov, would you be so kind to make an entrance for us?
Do I want to kick it or smash it in?
I don't care.
What does
But
your
break
heart
it in.
say, Ezra? What does your heart say?
I can just see it outside. Eslov, do I want to kick it or do I smash it? Whatever your heart says.
Flip a coin. Can I get a coin? I'm sorry. Heads I smash it, tails I kick it.
I'm just like, oh my god, just break the door open, please. I could have already broken it in with a spell.
So what is it? Oh, you
I
do.
wind back and then I kick it.
Okay. Boom! The door pops. The lock on it is fairly weak, and you blast it off.
It would have been perfect if Caradwin just did it anyway.
As
Yeah, I was
Wow.
really tempted.
as
That would
he's
have
going
been
to
hilarious.
as he's going to kick it, mage armor.
Okay.
I had my big axe out, by the way.
I see him flip a coin. I'm like, time for mage armor.
You kick open the door, and it's dark in there. There's no lights on. And you know kind of the layout, Morkant and Caradwin. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go straight to the back, and
Okay.
then, since it's dark, I'll try to like feel for the counter and then try to like get around the counter.
Okay, not a problem.
I'll tell them like, there's a back room at the back. Obviously, at the back.
A back room at the front would be really weird.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but-
you
Fine. Are we just gonna bust through the door and break faces? Of...
Yeah. I'll try and run in toward and get to the chalk.
and when you get there, there's no chalk.
Okay, there's no chalks.
She's
Is the
dictating.
is the room with the fire lit with the fire still?
There's no fireplace. The fire's not lit.
Okay. But anyway, so we can't see that well.
Well,
Or can you're the one who.
But those of you without
That's
dark
what- I
vision,
can-
maybe.
I can see, and so can Morcon.
I see just fine.
Oh,
Yep.
we see just fine. If I see the fireplace, is there wood in the fireplace?
Yeah.
I'll firebolt it, see if I can set the fire on the wood.
Sure.
That way there's some
You
fire
have
in
fire
the
lit. No problem.
Now you can see.
That's for sure. Morkins, you came here before. What'd you find?
Yeah. It was like, this room covered in chalk is probably where we need to go. There was something chained up in there.
Chained up.
Chains.
Well, that's disturbing.
So I try the door. Is it locked?
It is locked.
All right. Let's try to break
They're
it
doing
open.
just fix the door open.
Boom. And
I
it's a
don't want to
weird-
wait for Eslov to flip a coin.
We have a routine, okay?
And the
He's
door,
fucking around the coin again, like.
the door goes down, and you step in, and it's a bedroom. What's the order? What order are you going in? Obviously,
I'm
Carolyn was
I'm
first.
going first, so I
I'll
guess.
walk in second then.
Okay.
I'm going in last, I'm assuming. So.
Okay. And when you go in, you are thrown 10 feet back, and you hit the wall behind you.
All of us or me?
Only you, and you take 4 points of damage, and you are thrown back like you were punched in the like the whole body of you was punched.
Luckily, I have that abjuration ward up, so it takes the damage for me.
Yep. And
We
you don't know
noticed
why.
Veteran's, like flying back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You hear it. You hear like,
What?
and he's thrown back.
I tried to summon my familiar into the room because I can see in there. Can I make it peer in there?
Your familiar.
Because I can do spells through my familiar if I need
Yeah.
to.
Well, you would have to. Yeah, you could do it.
All right. At least I can try to help him out here.
And your bird is in there, and it's flitting around.
Yeah, it'll land.
It lands on the post of the bed.
I cannot go in with you for some reason. So my bird will be my eyes and my weapon.
Well, okay.
What do we see inside the room?
And when you're in the room, it's a bedroom, and it has some clothes on one side, and on a dresser, it has a big bed. Over by the window, there's a bureau with a quill and papers and stuff. Not papers, parchments.
I'm
Eslo.
gonna look under the bed.
What is it?
When you look under the bed, there's a giant hole about a foot and a half smaller than the edges of the bed, and there's a chain that drops down into it.
I'll call Eslov over to the door real quick.
No, thump over there.
As you step through the doorway, I put my hand on your shoulder, and I say, show them how a dragon really breathes. And I will cast Dragon Breath on you, and you will be able to shoot fire from your mouth as a breath weapon for the next minute, multiple times each turn.
Does it have to be fire?
Oh, that's what I'm giving you, since that guy said, "Oh, let's see if you can do, real dragons breathe fire." So mine, and I was at the doorway for that. But if you don't want, I can give you something else. I can do cold, fire, lightning.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, I guess you wouldn't really know, but his breath
No.
weapon is cold.
Yeah. So I'd give you fire breath. So.
Okay.
And then I will tap you, and yeah, so now you have your cold breath weapon, and you also have a fire breath weapon.
Next minute.
Okay.
So.
Well, I found a hole under the bed.
And that would be one of my
Start
spells.
pushing the bed out of the way.
It's a heavy ass bed.
I'll try very hard.
Yeah, Karen and Eslov could do it.
I see him struggle for a minute, and then
There's a strong boy.
lift it up.
The hole is really wide and it goes into darkness, and the chain that hangs down has these rings on it about what might be like far enough that it could be a way of getting up and down the hole easily.
So, I guess we're heading down, and I'll start seeing if I can climb down the chain.
Okay. So you start heading down.
I guess I just want to like check the door frame or like around the door to see if there's, I don't know, like some sort of thing that might indicate like where they put the spell, and if I can, I don't know, punch it so it will go away. So that's
Interestingly, there is chalk in the door frame that wraps the entire door.
okay. I'm just gonna
A
like
chalk line.
I'm gonna like rub at the chalk line to try to make it go away.
You can rub at the chalk line, and it's hard to rub away, but you can rub it away in an area.
Yeah, she's just like rubbing it, and then kind of licks her fingers. Like, I think I'm gonna get to go off.
Okay.
And so I cleared the line, and I'm like, hey, Vezran, try to come through again.
Very gently, so I don't blow myself backwards. I will see if I can go through now.
Your hand goes through fine, and it gets to the middle of your body, and you feel a pressure suddenly, and then it stops, and you can walk through.
Thank you, Dwight.
Carolyn, make me a perception check.
I'm good at those, but I'll probably
You
roll
make
bad.
a-
I'm rolling good all day. Yeah, that's only a 10.
Yeah, okay. 10 is as good as a 0 in this case.
Everything's fine.
And he comes through.
All right, he came through.
But he did feel some pressure as he tried. It was interesting and weird.
Yeah, something was preventing me from walking through.
Well, I just point to like the magic circle around the door, and I'm like, well, I mean, there was something going on with this.
Yes, but why only me? Why not any of you?
I don't know. Maybe it had something to do with like how they wrote the spell. I'm just a spell person.
You're 100% correct. I would love to find out what this chalk does. All right, let's look around. You said the chain. What are we doing with this chain?
The chain is attached to the bottom of the bed. It's wrapped around the foot of the bed, actually. And it just drops into the hole, and there are rings on it that look like maybe they could be used as handholds.
I think it's kind of a rope down. You should go. I'm afraid I might break the chain first.
I'll call to.
Well, I think Morcant was already starting.
I'm already down the hole a little bit.
All right. Well, I'll have my bird fly down as well to see if it can spot anything down there.
Is it getting too dark down here for me, Scott? For my dark vision?
No.
Okay.
You can see okay. You can see the hole goes down a little ways. I don't want to say a little ways. Probably a good 15 or so feet. And then it opens up to a landing of some kind.
Okay.
And the art district, by the way, is on a rise in the city. It's a little higher and it's all rocky.
When I get to the landing, I want to shout up what I see down there. What do I see down there?
Well, when you get to the landing, you hear "Ah!" and there's some lanterns in here, and you see people, 3 or 4 people, and they all freeze, and one of them screams really loud, "There's somebody here! We've got to finish!" And they all start scrambling over to different places, and there's a bunch of beds in here in different corners, and it's like rough-hewn rock that's been kind of smoothed out. In the center of the room, there's a pile of junk and other stuff. You see a little bit of gold, like coins just thrown in the center maybe. And these people seem really freaked out. And when the lady moves that was screaming, you see she's chained up to a wall.
Do we hear the screaming?
Yeah, you hear screaming for sure.
Your familiar's with me, so you could probably hear it through the familiar pretty clearly.
Yeah.
Who's coming?
My familiar's actually sitting on your shoulder.
Yeah.
And I'm going down. Unless when you want, Eslov, you should go down next.
We have a lot to destroy down here.
We should move quickly.
Make me a perception check.
All right. Now's the time to roll not a low number.
Yeah. definitely the
Yeah,
time.
that would be a 15.
You feel a movement around you, but you don't see anyone. And
I'm just gonna.
you feel this. You know there's a presence. That's all.
I'm gonna walk over to the closest piece of art being worked on I can find.
And you feel a dagger go into your back. You take 4 points of damage.
Ouch.
That was such shit. 4 points from that.
Do I get to Thunderous Rebuke? Can I Wrath of the Storm?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Wait, I want to know where are the. So who is coming down next?
Eslov would be next. Dwin, do you want to go after that?
No, I'll go last.
All right, then it'll be Eslov,
I'm
myself,
just
and the
afraid
twin.
the chain's gonna break because I'm heavier.
Well, that's what Eslov is going down first.
Well, what do you think's heavier, me or F-Stove? So,
I don't know. There's no time. I start going down after Eslov.
I'm giving stabs while you guys debate this.
Who's heavier? I don't know. Let's go.
Okay, so when you got hit with this blade, there was nobody there, and you didn't feel even a hand on you. It was just like a blade out of nowhere that came in.
Okay, so I didn't see them because I have
Nope.
to be able to see to
Right.
to
You don't
Rebuke.
see
Okay.
anybody.
All right.
And you, Eslov, when you come down, you see, as he's leaving the landing, something goes in his back and blood flies out, and you can tell that was like a blade, but there's no blade there.
Am I close enough to like walk over and swing?
No, you're coming down still. You're on the chain,
Oh, I see.
and you're coming down.
I'm gonna shout up to the rest of the party. There's something down here with us.
And I assume you're going to continue going down.
No, I'll just stay there on the chain.
Stay there on the chain, block everybody. I mean, you could probably drop without even, at this point, you're far enough down.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. Who's third?
Ezra.
That's right.
Okay.
Nimbly going down with his elven ancestry.
Okay. You slide down the chain,
Yeah.
and then Caradwin comes up behind, and the chain is surprisingly strong.
I was worried about the bed.
The bed slides towards you, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was
So the
thinking.
chain drops as you're going
Like I
down.
told you!
In fact, you probably knock Vesrin down a little faster than he thought he was going to go down. Eslov, when you get in the room, when you land in there and you get in the room, you see Morkant has got a wound on his back, and he's in the room, and you see several people in here that are chained to walls, and some of them are elves, some are humans, and there's lanterns all along the room, and there's beds all over in here too, like 3 or 4 beds. Make me a perception check.
17.
When you come in, you feel this weird sensation on your back.
I'm gonna get up against a wall.
Okay. And when you back up against the wall, your eyes start doing something weird, and suddenly you see 2 people in here that, I mean, they only look like a mist to you. and that you can see one of them is coming towards Morkant again from the back, and has 2 daggers out. And at that same time, Vesrin lands on his feet in here, in the bottom of the room, and his little bird floats in. Let me get initiatives as...
Wait. Do I still have time to do something?
Okay, yeah, I'll let you do your thing, because they don't know. All right. Okay.
Is there one of them that's like... Could I hit one of them with a breath attack?
You could.
I'm going to use cold.
Okay.
Sorry, Bezran. He doesn't like fire.
Waste my spell then.
Wait, does he have a choice with that spell?
He has cold naturally.
Right, but if he does a breath weapon, does he know? Like, can he pick one or the other?
I mean, I don't know. I just assumed he could. I don't.
I guess
It
so.
says-
Yeah. Okay. Fire. I mean, cold is fine.
For that spell, the person who casts it has to pick beforehand, I'm pretty sure. And he picked fire because he didn't know that Estelle has a ice weapon attack. Which
The
is fine.
question is,
No, I do know you have an
does
ice weapon
Tesla
attack.
know how to distinguish between
do
the
you?
two?
I do know
What?
you had the ice attack, which is why I gave you something else other than ice, because ice didn't seem to work. I was in the doorway on the fight, and I saw you breathe, and I heard the guys tell you dragons breathe fire, which is why I said that to you. I was able to see that stuff. I couldn't do anything before.
He
So
might
I
have
gave
a
you-
talk with you about that later.
I gave you fire so you could hit him with his own stuff to get, like, take a little vengeance on him. I'm getting the green shit on me.
Nonetheless, he will use cold.
Okay.
Probably not the one that's next to Morkant, because you don't want to hurt Morkant, but
Right.
is there one like in the middle of the room?
Yeah. Over by the pile of
Yeah.
junk.
I'll do it to that one. So they have to make a Constitution save.
Oh. Miserable fail.
It's going to be
Whoa.
8 cold damage
Okay.
as I blast them.
And when you do that, suddenly Morkant and Vesrin, you see this iced over figure in the middle of the room. You can just see the ice parts on it, the cold and the snowy sheen to it. And Caradwin, you land on the landing. Let me get initiatives.
I got a 17 for my initiative.
Okay.
16 for Caradwin.
19 for Morkant.
Whoa.
Nice, Morkant.
I know, best roll of the game for me.
Baller.
11.
Okay, Morkant. Suddenly you hear this breath blast out into the room, and there's a figure in the middle of the room that has this icy sheen to it. And it was moving towards you. It was not close enough, but it was trying to move quietly.
Would that be considered me being able to see it, or no?
Yes,
And I can only see that one. I can't see the other one.
correct. You don't know the other one's there.
All right. I figure Morkant would still bite his inner lip for a drop of blood and begin to pray and cast Bane.
Okay.
And then he'll continue walking towards the closest piece of art.
And they seem to be unaffected by Bane.
Bane has just not been very lucky this game at all.
In this case, it wasn't luck. All right. You cast Bane. Vesrin.
Seeing the individual in the center covered in ice,
Yep.
I will throw a chromatic orb at the same one, because that's the only one I can see.
Okay.
I'm doing it first level. So, let me roll my attack for that one. Got a +6. Let's see here. Does a 12 hit?
No.
So yeah, you see like a ball of like fiery energy go flying right past him.
Yeah. And Caradwin, you land behind Vesrin and you see this figure in the center of the room with the ice. You see Morkant cast something, seem disappointed. Vesrin blasted at the center of the room figure and didn't hit. It went across. When it goes across the room, by the way, it hits the other side, and you see that the wall where you hit comes tumbling down, and you see that the wall was bones.
That's not normal.
Definitely not normal.
So, Caradwin, can I get to the person in the middle of the room?
Yeah, you can kind of
Okay.
slightly move Vesrin out of the way and head that way.
Yeah, she'll like move Vesrin out of her way and like sidestep around him, and then she'll go over to the guy in the center of the frozen guy. I will use action.
It's not a guy.
Object.
Something.
It's a
Frozen
woman.
thing.
It's a woman.
I will go to the thing that is frozen in the middle of the room.
You're not about to hit a lady, are you? Not about to
yeah,
cleave her in half, are you?
Yeah, I will.
That is the
I will.
party signature.
Yeah, I guess I'll just whack her to see what happens. I'll just, get it within range with my spear and whack her.
Okay. You can do that.
And I like rolled a 3, so.
Oh yeah, you definitely missed. She moved.
Okay.
She moved pretty quickly. She's not standing like a statue. She's not frozen in place.
Yeah, so I like swing my spear, she dodges, and then I'll start, she has her like battle drum on her side, she'll start just banging on it, and bringing up like a little battle march, and I'll use my bardic inspiration to inspire Eslov.
Oh, nice. When you make your attack on her, she pulls a dagger out really quickly while you're at her side. What's your AC?
It's just 12.
Oh, yeah, you get hit. And you take a point of damage, and it burns.
Oof. Okay.
And you feel the burn. Not in the way that you do in the gym when you're like supposed to feel the burn. It's a very different kind of burn. Eslov.
My turn?
Yep.
Okay. Who's the closest person?
The one that's nearest to Morkant is the closest, but both are within range of you moving to them and striking.
Okay, I'll head to the ones over to by Morkant.
Okay.
And I'll just charge forward and swing my axe down.
Okay. Roll to hit.
How much is that inspiration? Actually, never mind. I don't need it.
Okay, cool.
Sorry.
I think
20.
I mean, it lasts for 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure.
A natural 20? Yeah, that'll hit.
No, 21.
Oh, 21. Okay.
Can't you
That'll hit.
only use inspiration once?
Yes.
You can only use it once, but you don't need to use it that turn.
Right. It's gonna be 14
Okay.
axe damage.
Dang.
Nice.
And I don't have a bonus action.
And you hear this growl that's very guttural, and it swings around. And you see this wispy figure swing at you. The other people in here don't see it, by the way. And it swings at you with 2 knives, and one of them misses you, and one of them, he stops it in midair and lets it go, and he backs away from you. Morkant.
So I don't see this one that Esloth is fighting at all.
You don't. But
Did
you
we
know
see the
there's
blood at
somebody in here. Huh?
Do we see the blood at least?
On Morkant.
No, I'm saying like when he hit it, did we see blood splatter or no? Nothing.
When Morkant was hit, you guys were up at the top still coming down.
No, I mean when Eslov hits that guy with the
Oh
axe.
yeah. Oh yeah. You did see. You
Blood.
saw him hit
We-
something, and this black ichor exploded out of an area.
So that we know Eslov's not crazy swinging it at the air. We know that
Correct.
he's fighting
Yeah,
something.
he hit something. Yes.
But I can't see it.
No.
How far am I from the closest piece of art?
8-10 feet tops.
So I will go. And how far am I from Gwen?
She's about 15 feet in the room, and you're probably 5 or 6 feet in the room off to the side.
All right. So I'll grab the art and then walk towards Gwen and cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action.
Woo!
I'm assuming grabbing the art is an action.
It is. Make me a
Interacting with an
perception
object.
check when you grab the art.
That's going to be +6 is 14.
And you see when you grab the art, there was a person there nearby, and you see this person. She's very emaciated and she looks ill. Her eyes are just like almost white, and she goes, "No!" and she charges at you. And just as she gets almost to you, she reaches at you, and the chain gets tight, and she can't reach you.
Just keep walking towards the center of the room.
Okay. Vestrin.
I'm going to throw a magic missile, or I'm going to cast magic missile at the one that we can see that's covered in ice.
Okay.
So that'll just be
You hit.
hits.
Yeah, nice.
Not bad. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 9 for the dice roll, and it's +1 for each, so it's 11, 12. 12 points. That's 3 orbs go pop, pop, pop.
Okay. And she takes the damage and turns to you, and you can't really see what she's her expression. It's more like a vague icy shape at this point.
Yeah.
Caradwin.
I will, can I still see the icy thing?
Yep. Yeah, it's like there's a snow on it.
Okay, so I'll turn and look at that, and then I will, she'll like take out her little penny whistle and then play like this ear-splitting like high note, and I'll cast blindness and deafness on this being. So they have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Let me see.
Vezrin gives this 2 thumbs up.
And this thing backs away as much as it can and stumbles over the pile in the middle of the room and falls over it, like, and it crashes, and you realize in the middle of the room she's fallen into a pile of gold coins and silver coins and junk, like stuff. And she like tries to scramble back away, but doesn't seem to know where away is. Eslov.
Can I do 2 unarmed attacks in one turn?
You mean like a flurry?
No, like if I'm dual wielding, I can attack with 2. One of them's bonus action.
Yeah.
Could I just attack with both my fists?
Yeah, I'd let you do it.
Okay.
You gonna drop your axe?
Eslov doesn't want to kill him, whoever this is. He assumes it's a person who's just using some sort of magic. So he's going to drop the axe and just swing at him.
Okay. Roll.
14.
14 will hit in her current state.
That's more than 14.
Yeah.
So that's 10 damage.
This is the one that you hit with the axe?
Yeah.
That's a big punch.
I do 5 damage automatically from unarmed strikes.
And when you do, since she's on the ground, when you punch her, it pins her to the ground, and you just hear this, oh, and like wind gets knocked out of her.
Wait, this is the one that I was attacking before, right?
Yeah, she's prone at the moment. She fell over.
No, not the one that he made blind.
Oh, you're right. It's
The other one.
Oh, that one's not prone.
Right.
You're right. Hold on. That he takes the hit. You knock him against the wall when you do it, and he turns to you when you do it, and he says, "Jezeroth, we need to leave."
Says it to me?
No, he yells that into the room.
Okay.
And then he attacks you. What's your AC?
It's not high. It's 14.
14. He hits. You take 3 points of damage, and you feel this burning sensation in that area. Caradwin, you take 2 points of damage from the hit you had taken before. And Morkant, you're up. Morkant, one thing you notice, all the the chained up people in here are at the ends of their chains trying to get to you, but you're out of their reach. And some of them have tools like chisels or hammers or small hammers, like work hammers kind of stuff. And a couple of them start to throw them. Oh, you actually get hit. You take 3 points of damage from a hammer and a chisel that's thrown at you. And the people who are throwing are they look out of their mind mad.
All right. So can I still see the girl sitting or enough that it's considered visible, the girl sitting in the rubble?
Yeah, she's still got some of the ice on her, and she's prone at the moment, but getting up.
And how far am I from her?
About 8 or 10 feet.
I want to just stand right above her, put my hand down, and inflict wounds.
Ooh.
Stay down.
Okay.
May the power of Christ compel you.
That's an 18.
Yep. That hits easy.
Is that an advantage?
Oh yeah, it would be an advantage. She's prone.
Oh, well, let's
Sorry.
try my luck.
Try it. Maybe get 20.
Nope. How much damage is this? 3d10. That's a strong one. 4, 9.
I could have hoped.
14. 14 points of damage.
Okay. And the sound that comes out of her when you do this is more like a hiss than anything else. And Caradwin, you're up.
Okay, what's within 10 feet of me?
both of them and the people that are chained up. One of the people that are chained up is within 10 feet also.
Okay, so I'm going to cast Earth Tremor. So all of them, everyone within 10 feet of me has to make a Dexterity saving throw.
Is that everybody then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Natural 20.
19.
He does have
The
a 13, you say. So.
the male makes his. The female is prone anyway, and the other two, the artists or people, whatever, they fail theirs and they're not prone.
Okay, so they also take 1d6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Okay, that's 6.
So I take 6 also, yeah?
Yeah, if you didn't beat a 13.
I rolled a 10.
Oh yeah, so you take 6.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
We take anything if we pass.
no, you're clear if you're past.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll try to win. Just the bodhrán drum that she has. People actually will like play it with like a stick thing. I don't know what it's actually called, but sometimes they'll like actually hit like the top rim of the drum. So like when she hits the top of the drum, she like stomps her foot at simultaneously, and then that's when the earth tremor goes off.
So it goes
I
with,
imagine
with a rim shot.
I kind of tripped on the pile of stuff while it started shaking. That's
Yeah,
what
that
it
stuff
was.
just flies all over the place too.
That piece of art probably went flying too from my hand.
Make a dex check. See if you lose it. You want to?
Yeah, sure. That's a 3. That would be
Yeah.
a 3.
It's
So
gone. Flies out. It lands near one of the people that are prone on the ground. The ones that of the artists that are chained up, they all failed theirs. The woman in the middle, she looks like she's starting to stand, but it's more like she's floating up than standing up.
Wait, is this a new turn or?
No, it's hers. She goes between Kerrigan and Eslov, actually.
Well, I haven't gone yet.
Oh, you
This
didn't?
turn.
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
I skipped you.
I go after Morcon.
You're right.
I was
I
waiting.
skipped you.
So
Go ahead.
if I see her getting up, I'm going to hit her with a firebolt.
Okay.
Trying to save some of my spells.
Yep.
I try to hit her with a firebolt.
Hit her this
I don't
time.
want. Was she still prone?
You have an advantage. She's prone.
Okay. Actually, no, I wouldn't have advantage if
It's a
she's
ranged
prone.
attack.
range
So
attack.
it'd be a disadvantage. And I rolled a 9 plus 6, so
15, that'll
15.
hit. You'll hit.
oh wow. Okay.
Finally.
Yeah. Let's see here. That's why I used magic missile before, because I was like, all right, these dice are not working. For 3 points of damage. So firebolt at her, hit her for 3.
And she's starting to get up, and you see her, that figure, falter and go back down to the ground and lay flat. And then it's Eslov.
Whew.
I am going to do the subclass thing, Scott. How do you think a rage would look like
Awesome.
with this? Do you think it would be... I don't think it would be like a rage at all. I think it would be just more of like a focused rush of adrenaline.
Yeah, like you could skin it as like his whole like
Yeah.
the way he carries himself like changes, or like he goes into some sort of like deep meditation.
Yeah, do it. Bring
I don't
it.
know. That's so classy.
So yeah, his eyes don't glaze over like they normally do, but he looks just a bit more precise in how he acts as he goes to grapple this guy.
A more mature rage.
Yeah, basically.
Focused anger.
So
Like hyper
A
attention.
sense of intensity.
get 9 temp HP, Scott.
Yeah.
And I want to grapple him.
Okay.
Advantage.
Yep, you have advantage. Because he doesn't even know that you are getting in that close. Oh, yeah. He fails his dex check. It's dex save.
21.
Okay.
That's really all I
That
can
hits,
do.
yeah.
But I guess
Or
he
21.
grapples him in such a way where it's sort of like it's very intentionally, instead of just being stronger than him and like bear hugging him, he's going after the limbs to try and immobilize him.
You do some jujitsu shit.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, you make your grapple.
Taekwondo. Wait, no, that's not
How
it.
much
Judo.
damage do you do when you grapple? When you get him?
Well, grapple doesn't do any damage on
Oh,
its
it
own.
doesn't. You're just grabbing, right? You're not doing
Yeah.
So he is grappled. He failed his dex save to try and not get grappled, and you wrap up on him. And it is his turn now. And he, as you're squeezing in, he disappears from your arms.
That's why you don't grapple mages. You just beat them till they're down.
Second time you've done this to me, Scott.
Yeah, well, he can do this. And the artists, the people in here, 2 of them suddenly just fall to the ground and just start crying, and the other one backs away to the wall. You know, they're chained to the wall still, but backs to the wall, and you can see there is just terror in her eyes. And the woman in the middle is not moving.
Is she visible now, though?
Oh, yeah, she is. She would become visible because she has been knocked down. She's down, and she becomes visible, and she looks like the woman from upstairs.
The mask maker? Jasper?
Yes.
Is she,
Should we keep attacking them?
is she still breathing?
I'll check. Is she breathing?
Are we still in
She's
combat?
breathing.
Are we still in combat turn?
Are we still in combat? Because I'm next to her. I imagine I would just roll over and spare the dying.
We're not in combat. She's not dead. She's at 0.
So I'll spare the dying and just kind of look towards Olaf, who's holding invisibility. So you're like, you should probably show yourself.
Olaf? You mean Eslov?
Eslov. My
I was like,
goodness.
who's Olaf? I was like, who's Olaf?
The snowman from Frozen, okay? Sorry, Eslov.
It took me a second to realize who
Oh,
you were.
Sorry, Eslov.
Well, she's alive, just unconscious.
Tie her up, gag her, and blindfold her.
Okay, did the other person go invisible, or did the other person actually just disappear? Did they do the smoky thing again?
I don't know.
Slove?
Is it?
You can't see her in here.
He's gone.
I'm sorry, him. You can't see him.
He's gone.
Okay, well, he's not invisible then.
Well, I think it's about time we start smashing some art.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And the one that's in there, she charges at you, and then she gets pulled so hard by the chain that it hurts her ankle, and she falls to the ground. She's like, no. She loves her art, obviously.
I'm gonna, does anyone have, I don't think I actually have rope.
I have rope.
Oh, Caradwin and Morkant, you each take 3 points of damage from your wounds.
Okay.
Is it still burning? The wound?
It is.
Well, I got hit with something that's still burning.
And Morkant is burning too on his back where he was
I'll
hit.
check her wounds to see what I can see.
Yeah, the wounds they're still bleeding and they're not. You can feel a burn that is not a normal burn in your wound.
It's something that doesn't appear natural, appears magic.
It could be poison or it could be magic.
Is there any way I can use my medicine to check?
Yeah, I'll give you a medicine check. Medicine would help.
Oh, never mind. That's a natural 1 for a 7.
You're not sure.
I've never seen anything like this. Vazarin, is this magic?
Cool. I'm assuming it is. What are you looking at? The wounds or the?
The wounds, they appear to be burning.
Yeah, I mean, I can detect magic on it, but it'll take some time. But just looking at it, can I do an Arcana or a medicine?
Oh, you have medicine. You can make a medicine check.
I don't have medicine as a thing. I just have it.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
oh no, you need.
What about Arcana? Could I tell that there's magic in it with Arcana?
Well, you don't have the knives. Oh, you have her knife.
We have her knife, but didn't he have one that he left floating?
Yeah, he did, and it's fallen to the ground. So yeah, you have a knife.
I'll pick up the knife and I'll look at it.
There's a gooey liquid on it, and it's not just blood.
It's probably poison.
Right.
I believe. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I'll show you this. I'm like, I found this dagger. I believe it might be poison.
Lovely. I'll cast Healing Word on Glenn. That's not my D4.
Do any of you know what poison this might be?
I'm back up to full.
Do any of you know what type of poison this might be?
I don't know anything about poison.
Can I do like a survival or like nature check on it?
Well, yeah, I guess I can do a survival check or whatever check you want me to make.
Yeah, you could try.
I guess
Survival.
a Slov would know like.
You're still
herbal
inspired.
poisons.
Well, survival would help you mitigate it some.
Morcon. Do you?
27. Scott.
Yeah, you don't know what kind of poison it is or anything.
Are you able
27.
to-
Fair enough.
Are you able to calm these people down like you did with the other people to see if we can at least
Yeah.
get them normal for a moment?
Let's see if we can get them closer together, as close as we can. And I can do that again for sure.
I'm gonna be
Got it.
talking to this lady.
Just to
Try
make,
to
Well,
get them
one of
within
them,
a
one of them
20-foot
is
radius.
screaming like a lunatic at
The
you.
other two
Make-
fell down as they're all near the center because they all ran towards the center when they got knocked
Yeah,
down.
but they only go
Yeah,
so
they're-
far before the chain.
Are they within a 20-foot radius of each other though?
Yeah. They are.
Okay. It's like I'll
So you can
begin
do it.
casting it now, and I'll
Scott,
go
just
into.
to make sure you heard me right, I said 27.
Oh, I thought you said 7. Oh,
Yeah, that's what I thought because I was confused.
Okay.
Those are very different numbers.
Yeah.
you know that with some poisons you need to get something in there to absorb whatever liquid's in there to reduce the damage, but you may still take damage for a while if there's still poison in there.
I'll say that as strip a piece of cloth off of whatever you can find and stick it into the wound.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'll find some. I'll tear some cloth off of the woman that's unconscious. It's no poison.
It's very
Fair
nice
enough.
cloth.
Yeah, well, it's not
Steal
anymore.
her silk and
Better
And
hers than
as
mine.
he does that, I'm going to start wrecking some art.
Better hers
While
than
he's
mine.
doing that, I'll take off the top of my armor so that the scar or the cut in my back is visible.
Yeah, it's visible, and it's a pretty nasty cut for a dagger, and it's got this goo dripping out of it, other than your blood.
It's right in my back. If I could just ask one of you to put some cloth in that for me.
Vezrin will.
I can heal you if you want me to.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Sure. I'll cast your not healing word. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 3. Let's see what you get. Oh, 7. Cool.
Sweet.
Damn, that was good.
Man, I blew through my spells today.
Me too.
Level 3.
The real fight starts now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Shit.
All right, so I'll go ahead and I'll start casting Calm Emotions to suppress the charm.
Okay. And the one that's screaming and yelling, she just stops. And she just starts sobbing, and she sits on the ground. You've got to get her. You've got to kill her.
Why? What was she been doing?
The person that's there can't really explain a lot. She's in terror still. But it's as the emotions come down, she's at least cognizant of the fact that she's in this predicament. At least get me out of here. I don't want to be near her.
Okay. Do you think we should get them out of here? It sounds like they're more victims than.
I would agree. We should unchain them and.
They will be reformed in less than a minute. Let's get information first.
But we can still turn them over to the gods.
How did you end up down here?
I came to.
We can help you.
I came to Jasmine's bed with her. She was. I love her so much, and then she just took my love and crushed me under it.
Oh. So what were you doing down here? What was the purpose of all this art?
She's making us master our crafts more.
For who? For her or for someone else?
For the other one.
The one that's left.
Yes, Argoth.
Argo.
Ooh.
Who's Jesseroth?
I don't know.
I mean, it's Jasmine. Maybe Jasmine's her coven name.
Maybe.
Maybe she's possessed.
I mean, she could also, yeah, true. She could also be under this charm. All right, other questions? Anyone?
What is this place? Do you have any idea where they took you?
We're under her Jasmine's shop.
Well, clearly, but the walls are made of bone.
Well, when you look, the wall isn't made of bone. It was stacked high with bone, so when it hit, it just all crumbled. The
Ooh.
bones just fell down.
They said she's been here for a long time, yes?
Maybe.
That's what the guard said.
Sounds
The
like
guards, yeah.
And she looks over, and for the first time, she sees all the bones. And they also worked here. We're trying to master their art, and they failed.
Boy.
Boy.
Do you... Oh, jeez. Oh. Long shot, but do you know who charmed you?
I don't know what you mean.
Right.
I loved her.
Detect magic. So I can...
Yeah, there's a big pile of gold and stuff in the middle of the room.
And there is some magic in the room. There are some magical things.
Oh, question is Jasmine the dirty blonde lady?
Yes.
Okay. Same person.
Yeah.
Never connected that. Alright, well, it sounds like Jasmine's been, luring people to her bed and then making them make art forever. It's really creepy.
What beams with magic in here? And what type of magic?
You see, hold on. Oh, it's not showing. Give me a second.
No worries.
I have a lamp. My inventory, I'm like, I have a lamp. I'm going to take my lamp out. I'm going to turn it on.
You see this
God, I have to
vial
see.
with something in it that is magical.
What kind of magic is it teaming with?
Well, necromantic.
Ooh.
You
This
see this
vial.
bag of pieces of chalk
Mhm.
that are abjuration magic.
All right. I'll be gathering this stuff up so we can identify them.
And I'll be smashing all the art while I continue to concentrate on the spell.
You see this thing about a foot wide, and it was over by by a couple of beds, and it has this fiery glow in it, and it looks like a little fire contained in it.
Ooh. I'll pick that up as well, and very careful with it. I don't know if it'll explode.
And there is a little little box with some kind of a waxy substance in it that is also glowing.
Box of wax, orb of fire, chalk, and a vial of necro.
And there are some coins in here on the woman who's on the floor that are magic.
I'll take the coins off of her and put them with the other ones that we have to keep them secure for now.
Okay.
And then there's a bunch of treasure on the floor as well.
And there's a bunch of gold, silver, and copper just thrown into a pile, like not even organized or anything.
Is she still calm? The lady we've been talking to?
Yeah, I mean, he cast pretty quick. He had a moment to kind of...
What's all this coin for? Do you use it for something?
They just take the coins when they need it.
Where'd
It's
they
like
get
they don't
the-
even care about money.
Was the coin already here when you got here?
Some of it has been brought up. Some of it's been melted down to be used for art that failed.
And the people that brought it in and out, it was Jasmine and Argo, right?
Argoth. Yeah, they bring it down periodically and drop it in there.
They have to be evil. They both have at the end of their names, Jezerath and Argo. They have to be evil.
Now we know.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you know how to tell evil by
By
end
their
of the
names.
names.
And
Oh no, Ezlock.
be at the end.
All right, so they brought people down here, forced them to do art. But they failed, and they stayed down here for
Why
what
are
purpose?
these ones different? That's what I maybe.
Well, there are elves down here. They can't dream.
How long have you been here?
A few days, I think.
What was the last day that you remember?
She goes, when I was going shopping with my sister, and we came into the shop, and
How many days has it been since the Ascension?
13 years ago?
Oh, she's been down here since before the festival.
Yes, this has been some time.
How long has it been since the
Actually,
last festival?
14 years, right? Isn't that what you said?
The last ascension was 13 years ago.
No,
The
Scott,
festival's
asking
every
you.
year. Huh?
Scott,
You said
asking you.
14, yeah.
15 years ago was the last
Oh, 50.
one before this one.
So she's been down here for at least
2
holy
years.
shit, 2 years.
And then your spell starts to wear off of her. I gotta get away from her. She's gonna wake up. I need to get away. And she starts pulling on the chain. She's obviously not strong enough to do anything about it.
Well, I think we might. I mean, this lady's bound and gagged, and I think we also might want to, after these people go nuts, find them so they don't keep throwing tools at us, and then pull them out of here.
Sounds good.
We should gather the coin as well.
And you hear some commotion from up above.
We
Men,
start-
check in there. And you hear like the sound of guards.
I'll start scooping up the coin into the bag. You never know when we're gonna need it. Hey, we never know when we're gonna need this.
That's
to-
true.
to pay for us to travel somewhere else.
Money's
I'd rather
important.
use the money. I'd rather take the money of evil people and use it against them. So
Yeah.
I'll just kind of give a look and help scoop money into the bag and just shake my head.
I'm assuming that people have started going nuts again.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna like cut the rope I have, and then start trying to like wrestle them down and tie them
Well,
up.
two
The
of
guard
them.
is heading down here, so.
Well, no, the guards are upstairs, but they're not coming down right now. The two of them, when the male left, they just went calm. It's only the one girl that is still kind of
because of her.
acting
Because of
crazy.
her.
Yeah,
It might be because of her.
I mean, yeah, she's in love with her, and
Is there
it's
any
been a very bad relationship.
is there any other entrance into this place? I mean, we haven't actually looked around.
You don't see any other doors or anything here.
Let's start taking her upstairs. Let's carry the prisoner upstairs away from her to see if it calms her.
Well,
Okay.
or should we have the guards come down here and just take them?
The gods can help the people while we take her upstairs.
The
Sounds good.
Jasmine. Okay,
Or Jezerath, or whatever her real name is.
yeah, I'll just throw her over my shoulder.
Like nothing.
Yeah, my furball carry weight.
Yep. Double the lifting strength for their size. It's awesome.
Call for the guards to come down once we get the area kind of secure.
And
There we
when
go.
you get under the landing, you see that there's a guard looking down. There's a hole here.
We're down here.
Coming up.
And who's coming up first?
I think Dwayne was because she's taking the prisoner upstairs.
Yeah.
Sure, I can go. I'll just like I'll take my lamp and put it on my belt and take up the prisoner and.
Okay. And as you're going up, you got the captain of the guard's wife. Is she okay? Is she okay?
She's not his wife. She lied. And
She would not lie. Look at her. She wouldn't lie.
she gets to the top of the she gets to the room and then puts her hand on her shoulder. She's like, "This is something to unpack another day, but lots of beautiful people lie." And then she just goes to the other room.
Okay. You walk past
With
him.
her
and
be-
he's a little
with her be-
dumbfounded by that.
With her being taken away and farther away out of the room.
Yeah,
Does
you can see that she starts to get her nerves back and starts to relax, and I don't want to say relax, just calm herself. You don't happen to have anything to eat, do you?
I'll pull out some of the rations that we still had and give her some.
Thank you. And she starts chewing on it like animalistically, even like. This is so much better than the flesh we were given.
Flesh?
The meat, they bring meat down. Oh, it was disgusting. It was raw.
Doesn't sound bad.
Ironically, right when she says that, I look over at Eslov, just in time for him to say that, because that's literally what I was about to say. I'm going to look over at Eslov, and he's like, doesn't sound bad to me. Love it.
And the guards start coming down. What is this place?
It seems that Jasmine is not who she says she is, and I think she's been operating for some time down here. She was working with another who, unfortunately, used magic to escape capture.
This is... And then they see the bones in the back and the people, and their eyes just widen, and they just can't believe what they're seeing. What happened in here? How could this have happened? Who are all these people? Who are the bones from?
It could be people that have gone missing during ascensions that didn't actually disappear from the ascensions. Maybe they used this as a way to take people. Perhaps they're just kidnapping people. I don't know. But we captured one of them, who is currently gagged, blindfolded, and bound, in an attempt to prevent her from casting any more spells. So, if I was you, I would keep anybody who is not capable of understanding on how to deal with magic away from her for the time being.
And the guards all back away from her.
So, yes, smart move, gentlemen. And if there's ladies there, ladies.
There are.
Yes.
Gentle folk.
Gentle folk. Yes.
Perhaps we should get
Good
the
word.
others downstairs taken care of, and fed and an eye kept on them to ensure that whatever lingering effects do not continue.
And then the captain of the guard finally comes down into the hole too.
Did you see your wife upstairs, sir?
And he doesn't respond, and he doesn't think it's funny, actually.
Aw.
Neither do I. I don't think it's funny either, but I just pointed out. Was this the same guard, or is this another guard that said it, by the way?
No, it's the captain of the guard.
No,
was
I'm
there.
saying the one who said...
Oh, yeah, it was one of the ones that was having the coffee.
Okay. I just didn't know if this lady's, like, affected, like, the entire guards, you know? Like, they're all thinking, like, oh, yeah, that's the wife, you know? Like...
Well,
So.
I mean, that one didn't think that she could possibly lie, even with all this evidence.
But he had the coffee, so.
Yeah, it was
That was
really
pretty
good coffee.
I guess we can inform the captain what we found as well, yes?
Yeah, you can go over the stuff, and he just orders them, get everything out of here. We need to get those people clothed and into a place where they're safe, and actually probably into a cell or something, so we can talk to them later. And then he sees all the bones.
How long
Get
has
the
Jasmine-
deathsman here over here too. What?
Just curious, Captain. How long has Jasmine been operating here? You said she's been here longer than anyone, yes?
She's been here for, I don't know, it's been a long time. At least 10 years, maybe more.
These could be bodies from since she's been here.
Are
It
you
would
guys
be-
still downstairs?
well, they're all kind of moving up as they go through this. You can hear them talking.
Well, I mean, I was downstairs going to say that. Did you see your wife upstairs? So
Yeah,
I'm still down.
he heard that.
Everyone's just been upstairs.
And he sees it, and he starts heading up. He yells for get the deathsman here. Guards start emptying this place out.
Well, where should we take? Jasmine, not Jasmine. Well, where do we safely store a mage?
Well, if I told you that, I'd have to kill you. No, just kidding. I am a mage, after all. I mean, I would suggest perhaps taking her to one of the towers that we were at earlier. I mean, or if there's a place in this, I don't know. Does Phelan have like cells?
Yeah,
Whatnot? You would
they have cells.
perhaps take her there.
Well, yeah, I don't really want to take her to the tower because then we'll have to take everything out of the tower and then put her in the tower.
Yes, I mean,
So we could just
fine.
dump her in a cell.
The only concern I have is if Argoth, if he decides to come back and enchant his way to her. I don't know if he's capable of that, but who
Maybe we
knows
should
what he...
seclude her to someplace secret?
We could take her to the elder, his place.
AWOC?
AWOC. We could take her
But
to
AWOC's
AWOC's.
town.
But we could, I'm sure he
We
wouldn't
could
mind
also
it.
just break into his basement.
I'm sure he would
There's a
not
secret
mind.
basement.
He did show us the basement. I mean, we could take her there. I mean, he obviously would trust us, and we're not doing it to be malicious. We're doing it to protect the people of this town. So I don't think he'd have
I
a
mean,
problem.
I do know of a giant hole in the middle of the city that only has one way in or out.
The one we're in.
I mean, that is true. There might be a weird logic to that because, he wouldn't expect her to be here, but he'd also probably come back to investigate the, the damage and everything.
No, that's true.
So he's returned to the scene of the crime.
By the way, did the chains give off any magical essence or no?
The chains, no.
No. Okay. I was just curious.
No. Are you staying downstairs? Or are you heading upstairs?
I mean, I'm assuming we're heading upstairs with the captain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Start heading up, figure out what to do with her.
Make me perception checks when you get to the top.
14.
17.
The other two.
17. Wait, no, 18.
What did you roll, Vesrin?
I rolled a 14.
And Morkant? 17?
17.
When you come up, you think you see to the right of the fireplace what seems to be a door that you don't remember seeing before. And this is where we'll break.
Mysterious doors.
Mysterious doors. Thank
Time
you,
for the
everybody.
next episode.
We went really long tonight
We did.
because it was too cool to not. Sometimes you gotta go with it. Why would we stop now? We'll see you next week. Thank you for joining us. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
See you later.
Yes, thank you. Have a good night.